Take a shot of I don't care what you're doing now. Chase that one with a cold screw you. When that's done, I just might wash it down with a big picture of someone new. That blonde, blonde, blonde at the bar. See if she wants to try and unbreak my heart, heart, heart. There's a neon light at the end of the tunnel. It ain't all that bright, but even though it's subtle, it's got me feeling alright. Gonna make it a double. There's a neon light at the end of the tunnel, tunnel, tunnel. Well, when we were together, I thought life would suck forever, even though I knew better than the pain would never end. They say the night's darkest just before the dawn gets kissed by the daybreak. Got down on my knees and I prayed, prayed, prayed for a sign, sign, sign. Now there it is in the window. It's about time, damn time. There's a neon light at the end of the tunnel. It ain't all that bright, but even though it's subtle, it's got me feeling alright. Gonna make it a double. There's a neon light at the end of the tunnel, tunnel, tunnel.
I've been looking for something that would give me peace of mind. You make me insecure, I pretend that it's good when I'm not. 'Cause I'm hurting, 'cause I'm bleeding, going crazy. I don't need you, just cut me, you don't help me. So I'm burning that bridge instead of burning that rubber, going nowhere fast. Been there, done that. Been down that road, had fun for a minute till love got muddy and I got stuck in it. Took more than a chain to pull my heart out of that. Been down that road and I ain't going back. You had me going, boy, full throttle
Hello, everyone. God bless you all. Happy Sabbath. I hope all of you are well tonight. Just got to do a couple things here real quick. All right. Just checking something real quick. All right. So, God bless you all. I hope all of you are well, as I already said, but I just want to double down on it because it's Sabbath. Happy Sabbath to everyone who are a part of my kindred people. I, as usual, didn't think I was going to be able to make it home in time to be able to do a stream tonight, but the Lord blessed me to be able to fellowship with y'all anyway. So here we are. I didn't even have a game plan of what I wanted to talk about. We'll have to just kind of wing it, but we kind of do that anyway, right? So definitely winging it tonight. I have been paying attention to some of the things that have been going on. I know you folks are probably way ahead of me on some of the news, but I have noticed some critical things this week or last couple of weeks, whatever it's been. And Evan Smith, I saw he chimed in way early. Hello, God bless you. Thank you for stopping by and saying something early on. Gosh, I'm just excited. It's funny. I want to do streams every Sabbath, of course, but sometimes I just don't have the gumption even when it's time to do it. So the last two streams, I didn't really feel like I had it in me to sit down and, just power through a whole evening of doing a stream. But I made myself do it anyway because I wanted to fellowship with you all. I wanted to give some encouragement. I wanted to, spread a little love, spread a little hope around our people, and also discuss things that we need to talk about, And it's not always fun stuff, and I realize that. So that's why it's hard to build a channel and get lots of views for topics like this because they are so difficult to deal with. People don't want to deal with them. People don't want to think about them. But we have been in this game a long time, and we should be able to not only discuss these things, but also rejoice and be grateful. You have to understand that by putting you in the elect of all of his creations, you are the envy of this world. And because of that, you are going to witness and perhaps experience the hatred and envy and violence that comes our way because of the circumstances, And as you watch more and more of our people be attacked, specifically because they are white, let that just remind you over and over again to the Lord. Thank you, Lord, for blessing me to be a part of your covenant people. Always thank him for that in your prayers. Without that, you'd have nothing. So thank him for blessing you to be a part of his covenant people. I'm so excited to get to hang out tonight. I feel so much better even though I have nothing to start the topic about tonight, any topic to start with tonight, I'm just happy to be here. I'm sorry I'm not ranting yet. I'm just soaking it all in. I'm grateful to be here, y'all. I'm grateful to be here tonight with all of you. And I'm just trying to gather my thoughts and my emotions. A lot of people think that, doing streams and stuff aren't mentally stressful or a load on your mentality. And it's just not true. It becomes a little less stressful once you've streamed for many times, but every time you start up again for a new one, you have this sense of it's hard to describe. It's just it is hard to describe. I can't come up with a word for it, but anxiety maybe would be a close word for it, but it's more comfortable than that. And because I know I'm doing Sabbath streams when I'm doing a Sabbath stream, a sort of comfort just comes over me from the Lord. He understands that sometimes I'm not ready, or my soul is drained. The last couple of streams, my soul was really down. And I know that's part of why I didn't have the gumption to, do the streams, but I did them anyway. And sure enough, once I got them going and we started flowing along through the stream, people were chiming in, saying their piece about different things, bringing up topics that I hadn't thought of. I suddenly felt much better. Well, I don't want to say suddenly, but at some point I realized that I felt much better. And I was able to go hours more than I planned on going. Both of the last two streams, I thought I would probably cut it off at 3 hours or so, because I was just my energy was down, my soul was harmed, from all the hits our people had been taking. And so now I've had another couple of weeks, or however long, it's either been a week or 2 weeks, I don't know. Time's been blurring along, and I was actually pumped to get to do this tonight. I was pumped. So, super happy to be here. Let me just check real quick and see if anyone else has chimed in. Cotton Ministries, God bless you. Hello. And thanks to the blacks, I'm talking to you on my Cotton microphone through my Cotton computer, through the Cotton internet to your Cotton computer. So God bless you, and thanks for stopping by. Happy Sabbath to you. Precision Netica. Wow. Nice. Hello. God bless. And it's always nice to see you stop in and say hello, and I love the things you think about to talk about, so great to see you here. And Precision Etica said, as always, it's a blessing to be presented with your life-affirming exhortations. Where there is no guidance, a people falls, but in abundance of counselors there is safety. Proverbs 11:4. I love that. I got to save that. In fact, I'll pull that up on my other device and I'll screenshot that. That's a really nice one. Thank you for that. I admit I do not have a verse to share with y'all tonight immediately that I had prepared for this stream. I did have to hustle to slam this slideshow together and everything else. I had to edit all the pictures before I could put it into the computer. And, it was hundreds of them. So then after I edited all the hundreds of them, and you basically have to edit every single one. After I did that, I had to then transfer them, which doesn't take long nowadays. Thank you, USB-C. And, I just had to, I didn't get home soon enough to really be able to build an even bigger one. But this one is hundreds long, over 600 long. And these are all fresher ones than the stream before, last couple of streams, whatever it's been. And I just hadn't had time to edit hundreds of pictures. And finally today, I had just enough time to edit hundreds of them and then, slam them in a slideshow. And so now we have some new ones, and these will be references for you all, and plus a mixed bag of other things like usual. There will be comments in here from other channels and other random folks that I've seen who've said something that I thought ought to be shown on the internet, not just in a comment section, but highlighted on a video. And I haven't ever actually went through my own videos and grabbed you all's comments that are notable and should be posted on a video on the big screen. And my apologies for that. I really ought to go on back through all my videos and gather you all's notable comments and perhaps do a whole marathon of just those one night. So, gosh, there has been so much going on. That's part of why I have so much trouble coming up with a topic. And the daily YouTubers, they're just swimming in material. They have so much product. They're just like, oh my gosh, dude, they must be just bathing in it, or taking dives into it like Scrooge McDuck at the beginning of DuckTales or whatever. I mean, there's so much happening, so much negativity, so many non-white on white attacks, so many things being stolen from us, so much exposure of so many things where white people have hundreds of millions of dollars, like James O'Keefe just exposed the other day again. And I understand, he may be, I'm not going to get into what he may or may not be, but the bottom line is, that Dot just casually giggled as he talked about getting $65 million out of white people in America. And don't think they aren't doing all that in Europe everywhere, too. I'll bet you that same Dot goes to Germany and France and Italy and the UK and everywhere else, pulling the same stunts. And there, white governments there that are Freemason yitty diddler obeying politicians are allowing them to do so, probably getting a nice little kickback. And so this is what's going on everywhere in all of our white countries. And that's just one tiny example where $65 million, Imagine all of the trillions of dollars that have been stolen from our people since 1965. I added it up one day. I came to about 35 trillion. That's about what since 1965. Now keep in mind, both world wars, both great world wars, happened long before that. Think of how many trillions of dollars white people have had stolen from them since 1913, when Jekyll Island happened. Remember 1933, the Jews used our government, our politicians, to demand that all white people in America surrender all of their gold to the U.S. government. Look that up if you don't believe it. 1933, the government demanded full surrender of everyone's gold to the U.S. government. They used the war as the excuse. But I added it up since 1965, and it's about 35 trillion, roughly. Now, I could be way off by, say, 10 trillion. Might be 45 trillion. Might only be 25 trillion. I doubt that, though, because we've spent 11 trillion just on blacks since 1965. So think about all the other non-whites that total more than the blacks. Collectively, they total more than the blacks. So we probably spend 11 or more on all of them as well. Maybe not, because maybe they don't cause as much legal drama, which all adds up, in those trillions of dollars. So perhaps not. Perhaps all the other non-whites, even though combined they way outnumber the blacks, perhaps they only cost us $7 trillion when at the same moment blacks had hit 11 trillion in cost to us. But in any case, add up all of that. That covers their lives, birth to death, their food, their legal problems, their housing, their phones, their internet, all through their life from birth to death. But it doesn't count all of the fraud, all of the scamming that they've done, which has totaled many, many, many millions of dollars. We're talking just one random group of losers in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of some city. I don't want to say in the middle of nowhere, but in the middle of some city, have ripped off our country for sometimes $20 million, $12 million. And it's just someone who is only spoke about on the news one time. Their mugshot is shown one time, and the news never speaks about him again. Or perhaps 6 months later, if there's an update, the sentencing or whatever, then they might do another little quick blip about it. But it happens, all day, every day. Massive, massive, massive amounts of fraud. In ways that your mind would never even conjure up. So it's just crazy to think how many trillions of dollars. I want you to just, in your mind, just think for a moment. If white people had never had all of that stolen from us, and if white people had never had all of the trillions stolen from us from 1913 until 1965, and then imagine if we had never allowed the Jays to take over our country and take control of our gold. And imagine if, because of all of that, the 1965 Civil Rights scam, the Anti-White Act, never occurred. And what if we, by that time or long before, had sent the blacks home and removed all the non-whites from our country? Can you imagine, just picture in your mind where humanity, where white people would be right now? Think of how grand our countries would be. Think of how high tech we would be by now. Think about how mobile we would all be by now. Think of how much more knowledgeable we would all be by now. It's unfathomable, honestly. We could people say we'd be living like the Jetsons, but I say we would be living even better than that. And instead, here we are with men who dress like women ruling over our government. Thank God they've been removed. And they were even removed with hate or with prejudice, if you will. And I'm grateful for that. But it was scheduled to happen as part of the act. We've moved on to another scene. And so the new scene is, we're going to be against that stuff. And we got rid of all that dumb crap. And that makes us be duped into cheering on the new boss. But the new boss is the same as the old boss. All right. So that was interesting, though. That James O'Keefe one, that was pretty wild. $65 million that are just, it's really $100 million they're swindling out of us. And then they get 65% of it, and the other company gets the 35. So that's pretty wild. We're just getting going tonight, so it's going to be a while before I have, in my mind, like everything sorted that I would want to come up with talking about. I haven't got an update about Irina's killer. I haven't gotten an update about Queen Shiloh. I will say I was pleased with a lot of the new Lily Gaddis shows. Those are really great. I did not watch the one with her and Goyven, and I hope a lot of y'all didn't either. On purpose. And I hope all of you who didn't on purpose purposely didn't for the same reason that I purposely didn't, because it's Goyven. And so we need to send her a message that, hey, we're down with you, but we're not down with Goyven. And if I was in the woods, would I rather see Goyven or a bear? I'll pick Goyven in that case. But since we're talking about Lily Gaddis here, and I realize she works for Compound, gets paid by them and stuff, but the girl is, doing her thing. She's got herself a foothold in, the online community now, and I say God bless her, And the only thing was the Goyven thing. I just purposely avoided that video, but all her other videos that she's just been making on her own at home are great. And of course, every time I have given props to one or two YouTubers, they then screw it all up by inviting some nog or doing a video with some nog or some mongrel that pretends to be on our side with us, these imaginary non-white conservatives and these imaginary mongrel conservatives. And so that swings them back toward the CivNat world, and how could you swing back that direction when every video you talk about all the victimization of white people specifically? How could you go from noticing that already to suddenly you think this mongrel's on our side? He's part of the problem because he's still on our country's soil. All these people that cuck to the Nog twins and Talmud Tatum and whoever else, and Candace Owens, good freaking grief. Who knows what her real name is, and her own kind's click noises. All of the white people who cuck to them don't seem to comprehend that if those mongrels and if those blacks were truly on white people's side, the very first thing they would do is pack their shit and move to their own kind's country. And then from their own kind's country, because they have so much zeal for white people's continuing existence. And they have so much excitement for the sharing white people have done with our technology and inventions with all the non-whites, that they want to continue cheering us on from their own kind's country. Then you could say, as a white person, hey, look, we got this non-white that's on our side. Cool, you know? But the whole time they're still existing in our countries, they are part of the problem. They are part of the Jewish non-white bioweapons of mass destruction invasion upon us. They're pretending to be a bomb that's a dud. You get that? Is that a good explanation for them? They're a bomb, but they're made to look as though they're definitely a dud. They're not going to blow up in your face. They're not going to take you out. They're just a dud. Nothing to worry about. Totally harmless. I'm here to tell you that it's common sense. You can't have non-whites in your country pretending to be down with white people, knowing if they really, could you really imagine that they are down with, you know, conserving white Christian America? In their mind, they may, if you corner them in front of people, they may go, yes, I want to preserve white Christian America, but they don't mean for white Christian fascism to rule the laws of our country. And they don't mean for non-whites to not be allowed to live here and not be allowed to be in our government if they are here on some crazy exigent situation. And so if you were to actually corner them and then question them deeper about it, they're not really trying to conserve white Christian fascist white people hold absolute unquestionable supremacy over our own white country, America. That's not what they're trying to conserve. They're trying to conserve blacks are 100% of the football players. Blacks are 100% of the commercials. Blacks are 100% of the new movie stars. Blacks are 100% of the basketball players. Blacks are this. Blacks are that. Blacks are this. Blacks are that. America. That's what they're down with. They're down with the Nog twins getting to drool over white women's all night while the cucked white guys who watch them cheer them on. And you notice since I've been saying that on my streams, they haven't been posting white girls, hot white girls on their thumbnails lately. I wonder if somehow it got back to them that I was pointing that out about them, and now they're trying to woo, and they throttled back on it. But for a while there, if you go back in their timeline, man, you'll see a hot white girl every 4 or 5 video thumbnails. And then on 1 or 2 of them, they even said, like, well, that sure is nice. That's what it said on the thing with the dude, like, grinning his butt off, you know? It's like, dude, I know what y'all are up to, man. I ain't stupid. I know what the ultimate dream is for every darky. Every brownoid wishes they had our white women. All right, Precision Etica had chimed in and said, the hot topics now on YouTube are EBT section. Oh, yes. I haven't even, that didn't even cross my mind, and I've been watching millions of hours of that. And Section 8 meltdowns. America is nothing more to them than an economic zone for sub-races to breed incessantly. And we have been paying for it all. That's absolutely 100% true. 100% true. It's funny how it never occurs to white people that, you know, white people are only, we are less than 50% of the population already. And we're being lied to openly by everyone that, oh, and by 2050, white people will be less than the majority, or well, that's all horseshit. We're already less than 50%. All you have to do is look at any school yearbook from last year. And so the uh, the thing about us being already less than half of we're less than 50% of the population. If you look up who pays how much tax, who pays what percentage of tax, right? Income tax. And really, that's Jewish theft. Let me just make that be noted. Judicial notice, that's Jewish theft. White people pay 85%. That's what they admit. Okay, and remember, the government always tries to skew numbers to make white people look either less good or bad or not look as awesome as they should look in a certain statistic or whatever. So, when they admit 85, guess what that really means, y'all? It really means 95. That's what it really means. And who knows? It might be 97%. But regardless, let's stick with what they admit, 85%. White people are less than 50% of the population. How could white people possibly, just think about this for a moment, how could white people possibly pay more than 50% of the income tax while being less than 50% of the population? And not only that, how could it be double our own population percentage in the country? It's practically double. What does that tell you, y'all? It should tell you that not only are you having Jewish theft taken out of your income every week, but you are having double that. Double what you could initially, what you initially think from the numbers. Like if you were to look at white people's population of the country and say, okay, white people are 48% of the country's population, that should mean that 48% of the tax paid in should be from white people, per individual here I'm talking about, not total dollar value. Per individual, going by population, the max white people should hit is the same exact number as our population because it's per head. If we're going by this, right? Yet it's 85% of the tax. That would have to mean that white people would have to be 85% of the population. And so if you went by dollar amount, of course, it would be something completely different. But per head, per person, white people are paying double what our individual status as a person in the population percentage is. I hope that's the way I hope I articulated that just enough where you can comprehend what I'm trying to get at here. So like if it was broke down evenly where everyone who exists in a country pays, all right? Each individual would pay their portion of their percentage of the population as a unit of one individual. And so if you divided it down to that, white people are paying double what they should be paying if we were going by that, where every individual pays. So basically what I'm trying to say is you're paying double the tax that you used to pay, and the double the tax is going to pay and is paying for the non-whites. The invasion, the housing, the reproduction of them, their care, their health care, their internet connectivities and their phone connectivity so they can speak with their family members back home in the country they belong in. So per individual of the population of America, you were paying double. You were having double taken from you that is even supposed to be taken per individual. Let me restate that because none of it is supposed to be taken from you. And I just completely misspoke. But let me say again that it is double, so that part wasn't misspeaking. You as a white person are paying double what you as an individual of the population would be paying if it was legal to be paying. Instead, it's just being stolen from you unlawfully. It's legal, but it's unlawful. Because, again, legal is the inversion, the perversion of our God's law. And often the perversion is done by way of inversion. So, check this real quick. Okay. So, this is our scenario. We have an opportunity right now. Knowing all of this, we've been watching how everyone's talking about the Jays now. So many times are the Jays mentioned in the titles of videos now on YouTube that everyone has done a video with Jews wrote in the title. Practically everyone has now. Pretty wild stuff considering that, 3, 4, 5, 8 years ago it was considered impossible to be able to do. Or if you did, it was ballsy and you had to make sure you did it very carefully and made sure that whatever you said, you didn't say anything that would aggravate them or perturb them in any way. And now people just freely talk about them. And we spoke about this on multiple streams before. I'm only bringing it up again because of the whole, EBT thing and everything else. This is our opportunity to start explaining to everyone that the reason blacks, remember, everyone's hot about finding out about all this money the blacks have been getting and all this food the blacks have been getting. It's made all the conservatives really upset. They won't acknowledge that it's only the blacks yet. But at least they're all upset and they're seeing it and they're noticing without admitting it to themselves yet that it's all blacks everywhere they see. And now the blacks have started, thank God, as we knew they would, started threatening online that they're going to rob places and rob people and rob their houses and rob their cars while they're parked at public places to steal their belongings, their food, because of EBT being shut down. This is our time. While everyone's talking about Jews in comment sections on YouTube, right? Get in the comment sections. Be talking with these conservatives who are mad about all the fraud the blacks have been and all the money the blacks have been swimming in of ours. All of the free food they've been swimming in of ours, the carts overflowing, billowing over. 3 at a time, one 400-pound nog's buying for her 11 kids. It's pissing off the conservatives, the civ nats that need to come over to our side. We need all of them. We can't have them all, that's for sure. But we need to win over as many as we can. We need to snap as many of them out of their cuckery as possible. That's the whole premise of this channel, is to snap white people out of their cuckery. That's the entire premise of this channel. And how is that process done? By getting our people to start keeping Sabbath again. And then once we are keeping Sabbath again, it will be because we now finally understand that, we're Israel. And then all we have to do is get our people to understand that nobody else is. And it's not that difficult to defeat anyone in an argument. All they have are nonsense platitudes like we all bleed red. And you can be like, but white people have different blood types than all the world's non-whites. And our organs are incompatible with theirs, and theirs are incompatible with ours. And our bodies will reject them if someone tried to transplant one into our body. We would die of sepsis from the transplant. And then you can go on from there. You can keep blasting them with facts. We white people also have different skull shapes, bone density, skeletal structure, hair, eye colors. On that one, I like to say, though, that white people are distinguished apart from all the world's non-whites with our 12 hair and eye color combinations, one representing each tribe of Israel. But the bottom line is, we are different than they are. And I love that people have been in the comment section posting that we are not the same. We are not the same, you know. I like that because it's starting to, a conservative can read that and go, yeah, we're not the same, you know, and they can agree with that and not think that they're actually racially agreeing with that. They think that it's just this, well, they hide behind the word culture and mentality thing. But it's not a huge leap to get them to realize from we are not the same that we are not the same racially. It's not that big of a jump to get them to comprehend that. And with all of the facts we have on our side, and with all of this violence that happens to our people from all the non-whites, be it directly, or I should say, be it on purpose or by accident, like the other non-white or the other Indian trucker that just killed 3 people. Haven't heard if they're white people yet. Haven't seen any of the pictures of the victims like normally would be shown on the news, because you're supposed to have sympathy for them on the news. Like, here's the 3 people who died. And since we haven't seen any picture of them, haven't heard any name about them, I fear that they are white people, and I hope to God they weren't. I can only hope that all 3 were non-whites that weren't supposed to be in our country. But we have an opportunity to start introducing the conservatives to the racial aspect more so than we ever have before. The Jews have been pissing off everyone. Now the blacks are starting to threaten everyone because of this EBT debacle. And so, add it all up, we have this, who knows how narrow or how broad the window is of time where we can now introduce these common sense things to them in hopes that they will finally have the super obvious epiphany. Who knows? Who knows if they will or not, but we have to try. We have to try. Otherwise, everything we do is for nothing. Otherwise, all of this we've ever commented and watched on YouTube and learned about was all just for our own entertainment. And while I will disclaimer this entire channel as entertainment purposes only right now for Jewish legal purposes, we aren't actually on here and learning these things and spreading the info and reading comments and commenting to people and throwing down with others and all this for just our own entertainment. Some people enjoy doing it. And so for those folks, it is just pure entertainment, perhaps. And I'm not going to say that we can't have fun, that we can't enjoy ourselves participating in the war against our people. Of course, I enjoy spouting back at others in the comment section, correcting them with the proper fact that defeats their idiocy. But really, we're doing all of this in hopes of waking up more people. It's not for entertaining purposes. If we really cared about entertaining ourselves, we'd be out doing our hobbies. Even if you only had 2 or 3 hours at night to do it. You would go do that instead. Instead of getting online and watching white people be destroyed, which hurts your soul, which wrenches your mentality up in a knot, which makes your blood boil with anger. And you read about facts that you otherwise would have cared less to ever know. And you read millions of those things. You spend hours of your life reading facts that you would never need to know and would never need to know and would never care to know because you don't need to know them. If you lived in an all-white America still, if you lived in an all-white Canada still, if you lived in an all-white Europe still. And instead, we're here. Our children can't make money. We barely can. And it's only because we had a 10-year start on the mud flood. And once the final wave of the mud flood in 1991 began, we have had the door ever so slowly being closed. It's creaking along, headed for the wall, ready to close. It's headed in that way. It started in 1990, 91. And by 15, that door was closed. And now the mud flood, even though I'm saying the door is closed, I mean white America, all white America. That door closed. And another door opened, which was the mud flood. And by then, we had already had our population ratio diminished down to the 60 percentile. And then whatever it was, 2014, 2015, they started flying them in by the jumbo jet full way more aggressively than they ever did before, trying to kick off their Agenda 2030, whom Jordan Peterson was the editor for, the UN's hired editor for Agenda 2030 against white people. Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterstein. No conservative ever mentions that. Who listens to that pill-popping Jew. But let's see here. Evan Smith said, Acts 17:5. But the Jews, which believed not, that's all of them, moved with envy, took unto them certain lewd fellows of the baser sort, and gathered a company, and set all the city on an uproar. Yeah, and, there's a lot in that sentence there. The Jews which believed not. Notice it says which believed not who believed not. Which believed not. It's funny because, in a way, that word just covers all of them. The Jews believed not. They move with envy. Aren't we always talking about the envy being the motivator, the causation of their hatred? It's the envy. And here it is. The second thing in the verse. Lewd fellows of the baser sort. Who do the Jays employ? They sucker our white men into becoming Freemasons, debasing themselves. They find junkies to commit random acts that they want done. May not even be violence, maybe doing some other thing. Hire them to move cocaine for them. Hire them to move heroin for them. Hire them to whatever. Set off an alarm in some building so that the Jays can pull a stunt in some other building down the street while all of the emergency personnel are at the other one. Many things they hire the scum of our people to do. And then what else does the Jews have in their back pocket? They have all the world's billions of non-whites. So they can hire any random non-white they want as well. And so you have these lewd fellows. What did Colin Flaherty call the non-whites? What did he call the blacks? The fellas. So here we have baser fellows. Baser fellas. Let's see here. And gathered a company. Yeah, that's what Jews do. They organize. They are the ones who create every rally you've ever seen, every riot you've ever seen, every march you've ever seen. Jews are who do that. White people don't get together and go, let's try to cause a whole bunch of people to get together for this cause, all right? It sounds like something white people may do, and it's because you've been duped into thinking that white people are just have nothing going on, that they're just sitting around twiddling their thumbs and go, hey, we're so bored, let's try to organize this giant event and try to convince lots of people to come in the middle of the day when they've got shit to do. And, you know, they're trying to run their household and trying to raise the kids and trying to pay the bills and trying to be at work or whatever they got to do. But no, let's just do this big event. Instead, white people are busy. White people are at work, or they are watching the kid, you know, doing something, his after-school activity. White people are having dinner. White people are trying to do their laundry before they go to bed. White people are attending church on, unfortunately, Sunday. White people are busy. White people don't have time. They're not sitting around with nothing to do like Jews are. Jews don't have jobs. Jews don't work. Their job is grifting white people. And if it wasn't for white people's existence and money, Jews would not exist. They could not exist. Perhaps they could try to take over one of the dark races, but they really don't have that kind of strength to do so. So the non-white race would just defeat them, and that would be it. And they would just become the non-whites, that non-white race's random dinner for a few days or weeks. And so they need white people, not only for money, for them to have sustenance and sustenance, but they also need white people for might, for military might. We are the thumb breaker for them. While they use all the billions of the world's non-whites against us, we are still their top thumb breaker, their top soldier. It's a very odd dynamic they've created. And it's maddening, I'm sure, for many of you folks to watch white people be subservient to these creatures who openly hate us. You can show your family member or your friend or whoever this specific speech by one of their most famous ones at one of their World Jewish Conferences, where all the most notable world's rabbis are gathered to convene and figure out a new game plan for the next year and all these things. You can show them where they say out of their own mouths that they plan to destroy white people. You can show them book after book where written in the Jews' books they say that they want to destroy white people. You can show them the Callergy plan. You can show them the protocols of the elders of Zion. They just reject all of it. They reject all of it. And I realize how frustrating that is. I realize how maddening that is. Because not only do they reject all of that information, then they go and honor them. They treat them like their golden calf. And here we are trying to warn them, trying to snap them out of their cuckery about Jews, about blacks, about non-white invaders. And instead of at least being appreciative that we're trying to look out for them, instead of being like, hey, I appreciate that you're worried about me and my children being harmed, being attacked, when we're out and about in public around other kinds that we assume act just like we do. Thank you for the heads up. Thank you for caring enough to tell us these hard truths. Because after all, they don't call you a liar. They don't call any of the facts you show them fake. They just don't want to address them. They just want to pretend that you didn't just show them those facts. And that is their rebuttal, to just ignore what you're showing them. Dismiss it. Without rejecting it as a lie, just dismissing it because it's too overwhelming for them to absorb. It's too overwhelming for them to look in the face of it and see it for what it is. It's just too much. It's too much for them to process in their mind. And I have to say, as a white person, it's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed of my people, and I'm embarrassed for them. That they don't have the common sense that should be common. It's sense, but apparently it's not common. And it should be common sense. That all the world's non-whites are 100% racial, 100% tribal. They make everything about their race. They always mention their race first. They always put their race first. They only concern themselves with their own race, other than comparing their race and themselves being a part of that non-white race to white people. But I assure you, Asians never compare themselves to blacks in any sort of envious way. You could ask any Asian on earth, hey, would you rather be a black, even a famous basketball player one? They'd be like, nope. You could ask any Arab if they'd rather be a black dude. Famous basketball player, Michael Jordan. They'd be like, nope. But our people do not want to acknowledge these obvious truths. Please be ready on your phone with certain things where you can just pop them up any old time. Make sure they're verifiable. Make sure what you show is something that the person you're showing it to can get on their own phone and go directly to and pull up the same information. Make sure that the things you show are the things we've already all talked about and hashed out and know for a fact are confirmed biblically or just matter of fact in current events, whatever. Y'all know the process. Y'all know the deal. And so just follow the process. You know, It's not the same as trust the plan. It seems like it is, but it's not. It's a process. And so along the way, as long as the process is followed, if an error occurs, if something goes awry, it will pop up. And we will discover it. And then we can figure out a process to work our way around that issue. But stick with the process, you know. Give white channels their likes. Be in the comments section, uncucking white people, particularly cuck-servatives. You know that's the only ones we're really, really going to be able to win over. It's going to be really hard to win over lefties. So if you're off in some, you know, devil-loving, freaking ultra-cucked leftist channel trying to win white people over, well, you're pretty much pissing in a fan. God bless you for trying, I guess, but in a way, it's you know, you're wasting your where you could be effective elsewhere. You've just pissing it away to try to coax people that you already know you have a 0.00001% chance of ever winning over. And the crazy thing is, even if one of those lefty white people that you would be wasting your time trying to win over on YouTube were to be attacked by blacks, they still don't wake up. Like, you'll see the white people who still have a little bit of cuckery to them where they think the Civnats are further along in baseness than they are. They'll be like, oh, got us another racist, all right, you know, got us another hard right-winger, you know, da-da-da. Nope. And I tell them all the time when I see that, I'm like, don't celebrate yet. Watch, that dude or that girl will come out, since they're a cucked lefty, and they'll apologize about the black's behavior on behalf of the black. They'll even probably apologize for causing the situation, even though they were just attacked randomly. And sure enough, that sports cuck dude where his little boy was beaten up, people are like, ooh, that dad's going to kill them. That dad's going to be got us another Trump supporter. Well, he was already a Trump supporter, but they were thinking it as though, oh, he's going to be, you know, a hard right-winger, which a Trump supporter isn't anyway. But, you know, they were meaning it that way. Oh, we won us over another hard right-winger, you know. Nope. That dude got up there and freaking apologized to the Nogs, bought him a bike. Just recently, a white girl got attacked, got punched in the face. She came home and streamed about it, and she was smiling half the time. She was so excited that she'd finally been attacked by a non-white. It's unbelievable. So since they're that bad, you know, don't waste your time with those types. All right, spend your time on the cuck-servative channels. And you know the rest of the process. Don't click on anything that has any of the Nogs or the mongrels, all right? If Lily Gaddis screws up since I talked nice about her tonight and has a mongrel on her show like Myron Gaines, or has, you know, the Tate mongrels, or has the twin mongrel Nogs, or any of those on her show, or she visits one of them, don't click it. Let them see that those numbers are garbage when they post a collaboration with Nogs or with mongrels. They need to see that their numbers suck when they do that, because people aren't interested. Based white people aren't interested in that garbage. We are not Civnat cuck-servatives, and they know we aren't. So there's no reason, no purpose whatsoever, no good could ever come of them collaborating in any way, shape, or form for any reason, having a sit down or anything with non-whites of any kind, mongrels, blacks, Arabs, dots. There aren't any who are on our side. They're just grifting you. They're just grifting white people living in our country, being part of the invasion. It's just, I realize that it's difficult to navigate. And I realize it's hard to know how to respond to certain things that happen. And I know it's hard to keep joy in your soul while we're under a Jacob's trouble. But let me just use it again to remind you that we wouldn't be under all of this attack unless we are Jacob, unless we are Israel, unless we are the Adamites, God's special creation. And to get back to what Precision Etica said about the Section 8, or not Section 8, the EBT meltdowns, yes, I've definitely been watching those, and wow, they've really went mask off with some of that stuff, and I'm so grateful they have, because, and I know many of you have been trying to tell white people this about them for decades, perhaps, but at least years. And, white people have this problem where they think that because they act like how they act, which they think is just normal, but really it's acting like a white person, minding your own business unless something calls for you to get involved, and keeping your hands to yourself, not touching things that don't belong to you, all the things that blacks call acting white, speaking correctly, all those things. And it's white people just, to them it's just how they act. They don't even think of it as normal. I called it normal because that's the best way I can describe it, but white people just think of it as just, they're just living their daily life. They don't think anything of it. That is, how do I say it? Well, the bottom line is, white people think that because they act the way they act, that all the non-whites they ever encounter in public will act the exact same way. So in other words, white people don't want to steal anything when they walked in the store. White people riding on the bus don't want to attack someone else, don't want to fight someone else, don't want to pickpocket someone else. And so to them, that's just normal. That's just living life. That's just behaving yourself. And so they assume, and that's all it is, they're not basing it on anything other than assumption. They assume because they behave the way they behave, because they are upright and have the law of God written on their heart, even if they're, I see a lot of these atheist girls and guys, but mostly atheist girls, I would say, who would never harm anyone, and, they love everything they claim, they love animals, and they love butterflies, and they love anything that has life, whether it's plant life or critters or whatever. Funny enough, a whole lot of them, I understand, do have only a hatred for one living type of thing, and that's white people, their own white people. But a lot of them just claim that they love everything, right? Every single thing, even white people, you know. And they would say, sure, we love white people. I love white people. You know, I'm a white person. I love white people. I love all my white friends. I love my white family. So there are the atheist females or women, I should say, the atheist women like that. And there are some atheist guys that, quote, love everything, including white people. And so even those types have the law of God written on their heart and exercise it without acknowledging that it's the law of God written on their heart as to why they love everything and care about everything that has life and don't want to see the destruction or ruin or the ending of anything that's alive, that has life, you know? So it's funny that those atheists have the law of God written on their heart even still and exercise that without acknowledging and without just admitting to themselves that it's actually the law of God written on their heart, not their own genius or their own wizardness or their own anything positive about themselves, but simply that they have the law of God written on their heart. And that is a racial attribute. And so it's just a funny side note that the atheists that are like that don't realize that it's God's law for white people, and that it's a racial thing that the whole reason they have that love for everything that's living is because they are Eve. They are racially of Eve, the mother of all the living. And I haven't gotten to Evan Smith's comments. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. My apologies, Evan. And he said, I know you said something like this before. All this stuff Trump is doing is just them just doing this as an excuse to come back 5 times harder with the leftist stuff after his term is up. Yes, I have mentioned that before, and many others have noted that, that could be a possibility, or that is the 99% most likely thing that will happen. And who knows? You know, the Jays have been really throwing us some curveballs. Let's all admit it here right now real quick together, that the Jays really have been throwing us some curveballs. I mean, who would have known 8 years ago that in just a few years, the Jews would allow all their own leftist minions to be rioting in the streets specifically against them? If you'd have told any hardcore right-winger that they were going to do that 8 years ago, if you'd have told them that in the future the Jews were going to do that, they would have said, nah, man, that's a stupid game plan. That makes no sense. Why would they use their millions of lefties and command them to all turn against them and be against them and be rioting in the streets against them? That makes no sense. They've always been pro-Jews. Jews have been pro-leftism. Leftism understands that and reciprocates their solidarity with them. It makes no sense. There's no way the Jews would ever do it. But what a conservative wouldn't understand, or what a hard right-winger, I should say, wouldn't understand, is that by doing that, then anyone who criticizes them is now accused of being a leftist. You know, and that's what conservatives do. If you criticize the Jews, the first thing a conservative does is say, oh, would you have rather Kamala have won? Oh, you're anti-Semite? Oh, you're Oh, you're one of those lefties? Oh, you Democrat? And you feel like saying, no, dumbass, you're the Democrat who thinks you're a conservative, but you're not. I'm way more right-wing than you'll ever be, is what you feel like saying. But you can't be that way with them. You have to be, you know, you can be a little snappy back and things, but you have to give them some kind of fact that debunks them. You know what I mean? There's no point in throwing emotions back and forth. Don't get wrapped up in that. You know, I've seen some commenters, not any of you, but some commenters, you know, on other channels, they'll get caught up in commenting back emotional, just made up nonsense at each other. You know, some opponent, whatever, in the comment section, they'll be replying back to them with these like emotional, you know, tropes. And it's just not, it's not necessary. You can stick with just facts. So whatever the cuck conservative says, think of a good fact to just reply back and let the fact stand on its own as your rebuttal. And you will see, you will get more effectiveness out of that. You'll get better responses back from them and things like that if you practice that method versus just being hasty back and staying in emotional world where your mama da-da-da-da-da too and whatever. If you stay in their level of stupidity where they're just trying to hurl insults, trying to make up stuff to say about you, there's no point in defending those things or trying to counter them other than just throwing a fact their way that dumps on whatever road they're trying to take you down. Facts are like stop sticks, you know. And if you throw those out in front of one of them, they run over that, and then it's just, you know, from there on, they can try to keep moving. They could probably move ahead a long ways in the argument, but they're still going to be moving at a snail pace compared to what they were because they've already had that punch to the gut. It's already taken the wind out of their sails. They're going to have a way harder time trying to defeat you in the argument. And, you know, concerning what Evan's pointing out here, as we have discussed before, yes, I am in the boat with the 99 percentile still that the Jews will allow the quote, or the Democrats to quote, win the election. Maybe it won't be this one immediately after Trump. Maybe they'll give conservatives one more win, because that'll really make conservatives think that they have won their country back. I mean, imagine if for 3 more years they grift the conservatives along just enough to keep them happy and thinking they're hashtag winning, right? And then they even give them another guy like J.D. Vance for 4 whopping years, right? After that, for sure, they will probably give the Democrats the, quote, win. And yes, all hell will break loose. Now, I must say that it very likely still could happen at the end of Trump's term. And I don't know. I mean, who knows? The Jays have really thrown us some screwballs lately, like the one I got into that whole side rant about a moment ago that I mentioned. You know, pitting us with the lefties if we criticize them. That was a bold move, Cotton. You know, it really was. All right, let's get in here. Let's check things out, make sure everything's still going as planned, and it is. Okay. I'm looking around here real quick at something, and then I will get back to the comment section, or the chat, my apologies. Okay, so Evan Smith had actually he was continuing with that statement, and he had said, for example, I remember seeing something about Trump taking out some black, quote, civil rights, end quote, leader's Bible out of the Black Smithsonian for it being anti-American. And I knew that means that they'll use that to come back super hard with the next Dem president and make everything 20 times more non-white than before to right the past wrongs, as they would say, and get their revenge. To be honest, I'm scared on what the future is going to look like. Well, it could very well be very grim, and it will at some point, no matter what, right? Because after all, we're pushing for a massive overtaking of our country. They are not going to go along with it. The Jews aren't going to go along with it, nor are the non-whites. You know, this whole thing about Jared Taylor and others, bless his heart, and all those that are like him who think that we could somehow convince the Jews and the non-whites to peacefully separate from us, aka leave our country on their own accord, is just a fantasy. It's not going to happen that way. And so all of us are pushing for much more grim times. Whether we realize it or not, that is what we're pushing for, because once shit really hits the fan, pardon my French on Sabbath, times will be grim. And they won't just be grim for the non-whites. They will be grim for white people. We will be hiding in the woods from helicopters with night vision and FLIR vision and every other type of vision you can think of. They got all kinds of vision now. They have more than just those two that they wear just on their tactical helmets. I can't even remember all the acronyms of vision they have now. Some of their helmets have 4 different kinds of vision on them. Which is why Cody is always showing all his different types of vision that you can buy as a consumer if you have plenty of money and build your own helmet with all that vision on it. He's got that. The only problem is he don't understand that that still gives off a signature that they'll be able to find. So white people are going to have to be stripped down, you know, no electronics on you. We're going to have shielding with us to prevent overhead, you know, aircraft from being able to see us plain as day, hiding in the woods, whether it be day or night. We're going to have to, and really honestly, I mean, the best way to accomplish any of that is we're going to have to go underneath the ground. You know, and it's funny because white people are always talking about the underground, the underground. We've always had subways and underground this, underground that, underground railroads, all these things. Not the the fake one that they talk about during the end of slavery and all that. But I mean, you know, underground railroads for real that we built, not Jewish fiction. And that is honestly what we're going to have to do. What do the Jews do when they want to move around without anyone knowing? They go underground. And so, you know, we're going to have to go back to our old school methods, you know, because all of this high-techedness, it's funny, all this high-techedness is going to force us white people, when it's being used against us, our own inventions will be used against us. We're training millions of non-whites. Our own government is duping our white men to train non-whites who, you know, supposedly are soldiers right alongside of them, to use all of our high-tech visionware and all of our high-tech, you know, eventually they're going to start training them on how to fly. They haven't been able to successfully do that yet. Eventually they will. And they're training them how to drive our tanks. They're training them how to use our machine guns. They're training them on how to use our rocket launchers and our surface-to-air missiles. They're training them on how to use all of our inventions, and they will be used against us. So white people are going to be, you're not going to be able to hunker down at your house. All right, that's what, like, all the homesteaders and the preppers, you know, they're doing all that, and that'll be fine. You'll live it up as a prepper, perhaps, all the way until that first gang of Nogs starts coming down your road with Apache helicopters above to give them reinforcement. But they're going to let the Nogs do it by hand on the street because they want the Nogs raping everyone along the way. And they want the Nogs they want the humiliation of us being slaughtered by the Nogs by hand. So it'll be gangs of Nogs with machetes and guns. And they'll be going down white people's roads, out in the rural areas especially. And anywhere that gives the Nogs any trouble at all, if you start shooting back when they get to your property and you start, mowing a few down, the horde will still keep coming at you. Like a zombie apocalypse. That's what it'll look like. There will be too many of them for you to just mow down. No matter how awesome of guns you have, no matter how many buddies you have hunkered down with you at your property. And if you did somehow manage to thwart them off for a while, all they got to do is get on the radio that the Jewish-controlled our military has given them to contact our military with, and they'll go, shh, yo, cuz, breaker 19er. Yo, these crackers over here giving us trouble. And then here they'll come. Here will come the freaking Apaches. And they'll Waco your ass. And that'll be that. So preppers will enjoy the shit hitting the fan until that day comes. But once that day comes, all that food they saved, all that freeze drying or vacuum sealing or jarring and canning food they did, in expectation of being able to have food during the shit hit the fan moment, it'll all be for nothing. All the gun collection the guy has, all the ammo he's bought, the life-proof vests, not life-proof vests, the bulletproof vests, all the tactical gear he's bought, it'll all be for nothing. And whatever's left behind after they're killed, all the things they spent all their life preparing and everything for themselves to survive that shit at the fan moment will now just become spoils, booty for the blacks that are sent down your road. And I guess that's the hardest part about it, is trying to convince the conservatives not only that they're in danger and don't realize it, but just how bad it will actually be. And I've worked on Cody and a few others who, post about prepping. I've given them notice that they're not going to be able to use any of that stuff more than maybe a week or two, until the mob shows up on their street. And then all of that's out the window. Sorry, I'm going to nibble on a little pick-me-upper. Little piece of dark chocolate to get me going. I didn't have to be at work early this morning, so I was able to sleep in a little bit. So I'm hoping that because I was able to sleep in that little bit today, that I'll have some energy for tonight to make it for a nice long time and not become loopy. But yes, Evan, your concern is valid because the times coming will be grim. And we have a 99% chance that it will begin right after Trump's term's over. And if, for whatever reason, the Jews decide to extend it to make white people really kick their feet up, or perhaps to make white people make even more and more laws, like we talked about before and like you're talking about now as one of your examples there, where white people win so hard that we got everything corrected seemingly, right? Which it won't be everything, but to a conservative it will be. For us, Nogs will still be in Afro ball of every type. And Nogs will still be committing crime all over our country and all of that, but we'll be being told that it's being done away with. And all the conservatives will accept that as true. And we'll be showing them examples of where it's not true, and they'll have to ignore those and dismiss them like they do. But perhaps they're going to let white people think we're really winning and give us a few more bones and give us 4 more years after Trump. Man, that would make white people think we have won. Oh man, the conservatives, they'd be so enthralled in their own victory by then that they take that next Republican president's second term away from them, like Trump's was, and give it to the Dems. And just like you said, 20 times harder than they did before. They'll reverse every single thing. And not only will they reverse it, they'll say from now on, nobody but men in dresses are allowed to rule our military. They'll declare the Constitution is outdated and write an entirely new one and say that only black females are ever allowed to be president of the United States from here on out. Or Jews at any particular time if the Jews find it necessary. Yeah, it'll be crazy. And that is what's coming. None of us can say exactly when. I sure wish I could. I'd give all of y'all the heads up right away. I'd do it tonight. I'd let you know. It's going to be on such and such day, such and such month and year. Because I want us to know. I want to know, and I want all of you to know. But unfortunately, we just have no way to know. Wow, that's good. Evan Smith also said, now the U.S. military is full of nogs and other nons. Who do you think wants to bill white people more than anyone else? Minus Jay's. Yeah, dark times are coming. Sorry, I had to stall on that until I realized Bill meant you know what. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is we're literally training, just like we were told and forced to train our replacements, many of you were. Just as we were demanded to train our replacements or tricked into training our replacements, white people in the military are duped into thinking it's perfectly fine, and they're being commanded to also, but they don't even think that there's a threat in doing so. They've been duped into thinking it's totally fine that they are training all of these non-whites on how to use all of our military gear. That is going to lead us to very dark times. And, I don't want it to have to go down this way. I don't. And if people would, if I could just convince enough people in America to make me the leader, I would get this done in a much more efficient way that would cause a very minimal amount of death, extremely low death amount. And of course, ideally, it would be none. I wouldn't want to actually have anybody die from the whole transition, but of course, that's just fantastical to think that. So, but my method would be efficient and would, remove them in a quick and safest as possible to white people manner, But since I have no way to have power of the country and power over the military, we're pretty much hosed, until someone like myself who has the same mindset and understanding of things that I do takes over. And I don't mean I, me, as though I'm some wizard or some super sharp guy. It's what that has it all figured out. It's not that. It's just I understand the basic mechanics of the situation and how you would have to navigate through it. I'm not living under the delusion that non-whites will self-deport. That's such a joke. There's no such thing as that. And I don't live under the delusion that they're going to go peacefully when we do force them to leave. So by not living under those delusions, I would be able to more effectively and more efficiently conjure up a way where we would be able to, in a much more safe manner than the deluded would put our people in harm's way do. We would be able to remove the non-whites with very minimal white people losses. And because the whole point of removal, what good is it going to do us to remove all the non-whites if we allow some deluded type of leader to kick it off and command it and oversee it and keep putting our people in harm's way in many different ways, treating the situation as though the non-whites are going to go peacefully. By doing that, he would be having our people at risk in relaxed situations, low security scenarios, where the non-whites would be able to just turn on us on a dime. And so it has to be someone who has the understandings that you all and I have. It has to be someone who puts our race first, period, dot. Who does not allow any cuckery whatsoever in our government, in our military, or in our country even. Who drives out all of the ones who are not supposed to be here. It has to be that way. It has to be a person whom will do that. And anyone who will not do that is causing us more and more days going by of more and more of our white girls being raped in every country, being attacked in every country. More and more of our elderly being abused and tortured in the nursing homes by black staff. More and more of our children being raped and attacked at schools by the black students and staff members. And this will continue on and get worse even. Not just continue on, but get worse. If we don't take this window we have right now, where people are openly talking about the Jews and are now openly talking about the blacks, we have to take this opportunity now and start utilizing it in the comment section. Basically, what I mean is you can freely speak about any of that stuff now in the comment section. So do so. Do your best to be uncucking as many white people as you possibly can. It's imperative. Let's see here. Evan also said, if I can ask an unrelated question, and I might just fall asleep to the stream soon, which is fine. I understand that folks, have been up since early, and most people shut down by 1 or 2 in the morning max. So I completely understand. He said, you mentioned the underground. What's your thoughts on the DUMBs, the deep underground military bases? Are they real? Thanks for the responses. There's something in the way. Great stream. I know all the chat is just me. I'll give it a rest. No, that's all right. You're not the same as the other fellow that you know what I'm talking about. The other guy, he types pretty pedantically and says a lot of crazy stuff that's almost incoherent. So your stuff is great. You can be the only chatter all night if you like. I have no problem with you at all. And I honestly don't have a problem with that guy. I just wish he would, if he's going to say those wacky out and left field things like that, maybe post one an hour, post one every 10 minutes, post one, but not, he was just like bam, 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 all like the whole night. And he's done that practically every time he's got on. So it's like, I was just trying to nicely let him know, hey, take a chill pill, but you can comment all you like. The DUMBs, yes. Yeah, I imagine they have them. Are they as elaborate as we have fantasized that they perhaps are through these like David Icke types or whatever? I like to say Icke instead of Ike. Or these, what is it, Bob Lanza or whoever all these like aliens and all that guys are. And Mark Dice used to be one of those, by the way. He used to be a reptilian, alien guy, whatever. And now he acts like, he's known all the things we know all along. Really, he was off in alien lizard world for a long time. And the DUMBs were part of our discussion back then because, the whole idea was that a few of these supposed whistleblowers had come out and said that they had seen aliens and other crazy creatures in these deep underground military bases, and that they were also doing human cloning and experimenting, and that they had all these humans in different states of physical despair. They had all these freaks of nature people who were born with multiple arms or multiple legs or all these wacky different defectively born people, that they had all them there, and that some of them were born that way due to experimentation from when they were conceived, and that they had lived their whole lives there, and some of them were in their 20s and 30s, and they had been there since they were born because they were conceived there in experiments. And, we heard all this stuff. And part of the thing that was this part of the story, a whole giant section of the story, I would say, is that aliens dwell among the Freemasons and the Jews who, enjoy that space underground. And that there are different kinds of aliens, 4 different kinds or whatever it is. that the official narrative was. And, whether or not they exist, and I do think that some dumbs do exist. I mean, obviously, there are some that exist. Um, do I follow all of the story of the dumbs? Not really. I think that if we do have creatures that live in the dumbs along with the highest level Freemasons and Jews, that the Jews would have already pissed them off. Because after all, the Jews and the Freemasons, the top level Freemasons, would be the only people who ever know about them at all, have any access to them at all. And the Jews would operate one of two ways. They would either war against them, or not war against them, but pretend that they're partnering with them and then end up being caught right away by this higher intelligent beings, as they're supposedly claimed that they are. The Jews would try to Jew them. The higher intelligent alien beings would figure it out right away that the Jews are trying to Jew them. And then a dichotomy or a war or something would be started up between them and the Jews, who would then have to use all of us, white people, to try to defend the world against these aliens. But since aliens don't exist, since we're in a closed and in a closed system, I was going to say in an enclosed system, but saying we're in a closed system serves the same purpose there. We're in a closed system, and we don't have things from the outside world coming, from billions and trillions of miles away, and all that outer space garbage is bullshit. And if we do have creatures on the earth that live in the dumbs and all that stuff and dwell among our people who are Freemasons and the top level Jews and all that, then they are just demonic entities. They are either fallen angels or Nephilim who, God allowed to continue existing but be confined to the underworld. It's honestly hard to say because, we don't know just how crazy of things they've actually created. We know they've created some. And just because they've created those, we know they have the potential to have created a crazy amount of stuff. I mean, just look at that one mine that's in, where is that mine? Kansas City, I think it is. Kansas City, Texas. Kansas. I think that's where it is. I think I'm saying the right city. There is this mine that goes seemingly under the entire city. And you can access all these different places from underneath there. And it goes for miles and miles in every direction. It's just this massive labyrinth of huge tunnel networks. And 18-wheelers can drive side by side through all these tunnels. That's how huge each tunnel is. And it's all been mined out. It's all rough, The walls are just crude, chiseled away and things. It's not, neatly formed like those boring machines and stuff. It's just these huge, wide, rectangular-shaped, massive tunnels that have been dug out through the generations of them mining whatever they were mining out of that area, whether it was coal or salt or whatever it is they were mining out of there. And so just that one mine, I mean, it's this vast underground world where, white people can dwell in places like that for many weeks at a time or months at a time or even years if it had to be, in a hunkered down state, you know what I mean, or a hideaway state. But since we don't have access to that place, obviously, and most of us probably don't have access to a mine that's, perfectly made where you can just go down there and it's all good in the hood. We will have to get creative in other ways. You'll have to, check your local area around you for places that you could go and be underground. And it doesn't have to be a cave. It doesn't have to be, it can just be, look at the, and this is going to sound kind of Jewish, but look at the sewer system layout, try to find a thing of it online, or just scan the manholes around your homestead, get to know where all of them are and things. And in a pinch, in an emergency situation, you and your loved ones can be down one of those manholes and get covered over with the manhole, put the manhole back in place, and then while they, come sweeping down your road, destroying any white people they find that are trying to hunker down in their homes, you could actually just be right underneath their feet, hearing them driving overhead, hearing them walking by, stomping by, and they're not going to think to lift manholes and go down in the sewer system. Blacks won't even want to do that. So that would be a quick solution without you having to dig your own cave, or without you having to try to make it all the way to a cave when shit hits the fan. Also, using the underground of buildings. Use buildings to your advantage. And by buildings, I mean corporate buildings, not homes, not people's houses. Shopping malls, large facilities, all right? Whatever large facilities you have around you. If you have a mini plaza around you, if you have maybe something bigger than a mini plaza would be better. If you have like a multi-story building around you, that would be the most ideal situation. And the reason I say that is it's a little more difficult. They can still see people through a multi-story building, but it's a little more difficult to find people in a multi-story building, especially if it has, most multi-story buildings will have an underground floor, and that will be for all their maintenance equipment and their janitorial stuff to be kept and all those things. And so places like that will be a great place to try to hide, because there is lots of layers of metal between you and their vision they're using, whatever it is that they're using at the time. And so being underneath lots of layers of steel and concrete, and then being in the underground floor of a facility like that, hospitals, things like that, those would be places to hide you and your loved ones. I have, and others have discussed with me many years ago, back in, even before YouTube was created, I was discussing with people online back then what we could do to disguise ourselves from, back then was night vision, was like our main thing we were focused on and worried about, because FLIR hadn't really become a big thing yet. And, one of the ways to hide your signature is with an emergency blanket. An emergency blanket hides a large percentage of your body heat, but you still leak some out around the edges. So what we discovered is one is not good enough. You actually need to use two, one on top of the other. Make sure the reflective surface side is facing out, away from you, both layers. So you need to use two emergency blankets on each of your people. They need to both of them need to have the reflective side facing up at the sky. And they need to be bigger than your average emergency blanket. Most emergency blankets are going to be only as big as a person typically is. They might be 5 foot long or 6 foot long by maybe, say, 3 foot wide or less. The idea is to try to find ones that are bigger than that. And I'm sure they're available nowadays. Back then, we were having to get more creative because there were only the personal size ones available as far as we knew. And so we were talking about how we would need to join multiple ones together to make it a larger blanket so that then when you cover over with them, more like tarp sized, so that when you cover over with them in bulk, you just put all your people together in one and make one big one and cover over, that would, in theory, hopefully keep your signature down. The problem with doing it that way is it makes a larger footprint or a larger signature in their vision. And so we didn't like that solution, but that we felt that was a better solution than having nothing at all. And by having the larger blanket, what it does is it keeps from your body heat leaking out the sides in their imagery. So in their vision wear that they're using. So that would allow no leakage to be coming out the sides to give a definitive, thing there. And then when they see it, it'll just look like a big cold square, if you will, or a big cold rectangle. And, they'll just assume that it's a building, a rooftop of a building, or something else. You know what I mean? Maybe a piece of machinery, for some building. And so that's the hope, is that, you keep yourself cold enough signature that they can't see your body heat and be able to definitively tell that there's a humanoid there of some sort. Another one that we discussed back then was whether or not getting in a swimming pool, hiding in a swimming pool could hide your signature. I don't like that solution because you're still visible, but in nighttime it would come in handy. The only problem is they have powerful lights, so they could just beam it right on you, and then you'd be visible. And the other problem is if you get in a pool, you're soaking wet. Or, it didn't have to be a pool. It could be a river, a creek. You're soaking wet, and then you're going to be cold on top of all that. And how long can you really maintain doing that anyway? Especially if it's cold. And one thing that we all agreed on back then is the war will definitely pop off against white people in the winter time. You wouldn't think so because the non-whites are more accustomed to comfortable climates. But the cold, they know they'll have so many non-whites coming, to attack us, that the cold will actually, it won't matter if it hinders some of them because they'll have so many numbers of them here. So white people, the idea is if they attack in the winter, white people will be under maximum hindrance, If it was nice weather out, gosh, white people would be like super dangerous compared to how we have to be in the wintertime. Because in the wintertime, we're going to have to focus a lot of our day and a lot of our time and attention and effort and energy on making sure we have warmth for the night and make sure our families have a fire to cook food and be warm with. And all of that is going to take a lot of our energy and time away from being able to prepare to defend ourselves or to stay hidden. And so this is why being under the ground is so much better of a solution, especially if it really does happen when it's winter time. Being at in the underground floor of a multi-story building absolutely will be your best bet. Now, some people would think, oh, but I have a basement. That's like the same thing. It's surrounded by cinder block and yada, yada. But they can see through houses very easy because houses are wooden. And so they'll see you in your basement plain as day. No matter where you are in your basement, you'll just be lit up like a light bulb in their vision. And they'll know exactly where you are. They'll even be able to see how your arms and legs are positioned. They'll be able to see every bit of your profile, no problem. So you really have to escape your home, and you have to either go under your roadway, down the manhole. That's the quickest, closest to your home solution, to be honest with you. That works the best because their vision does not see through the roadway into the sewer system. But if you can get yourself, if you have time to get you and your family or your loved ones, whoever you're caring for, to a multi-story building, and you can manage to break in Won't matter if alarms go off because shit hit the fan. There's going to be alarms are going to be going off all across the town, all across our country. So you won't have to give two shits that you're breaking into some building. Excuse me, I had to burp and yawn at the same time there. Even if it's locked. Just break in however you gotta, and then get yourself down into the basement area. Find yourself the most hidden away place you can. Try to find a place, though, that you can still have an escape route from it from another direction. So, in other words, don't trap yourself in a little corner somewhere. Always make sure you have two ways out from wherever you are. Scan, when you get there to the area, trek the whole area around and find your escape routes, and then position yourself between two different escape routes. And, that would be the best way to hide during the shit hits the fan moment. Now, lots of white people are going to not do that. Most white people are going to stay in their homes, and they're going to stay in denial of my warning that I'm giving you all tonight. But that will be to their peril. And it's a shame, and I hate to say that, and I wish it wasn't the case. But because of their own lack of understanding of tactical maneuvering, and because of their denial, that's the other thing, is a lot of them will be in denial that A, it's really happening, or B, that it's ever going to really come down their street and affect them, or C, that they'll be able to fend them off with all their ammunition and their guns and their hunkering down and their prepping. Regardless of any of the collectively, all three of those reasons will cause the bulk of our white people to stay in their homes. And so the bulk of our white people, when shit hits the fan, are going to most likely all be killed. And it's horrible to think about that. And it makes us want to wish that we shouldn't push and accelerate for the war to pop off. But the reason we do, the reason we are trying to accelerate everything to pop off sooner than later, is because the sooner we do it now is the less non-whites that we're going to have to defeat. The longer this goes on, more and more jumbo jet fulls of plane loads of non-whites land on our country's soil every single hour. And so how many more years can we allow of that? Are we going to wait till there are 500 million non-whites in our country? Are we going to wait until there are 750 million non-whites in our country? Are we going to wait till the entire 1 billion non-whites additional are added to our country, where we have 1.25 billion non-whites in our country? How long can we wait? How long are we going to wait? It's humbling. It's humbling and sobering to ponder just how long we're going to have to wait, and just how many non-whites are going to be here by then that we have to overcome. Pretty grim stuff. And this is why I push for us to honor God's Sabbath as much as I do. It is going to take a miracle from God's mighty hand for white people to win America back, and Europe back, and Canada back, and Australia back, and New Zealand back. Yes, it looks like Australia could take their self back on their own or whatever, but remember, the Jews have billions of non-whites available at their disposal to send to anywhere, Australia, New Zealand, anywhere where white people are still in 80 percentile or something. They could ruin that in a flash if they wanted to. And the only reason they haven't done it to America yet is because they've just been quietly bringing them in by the plane load every hour in every city. And I hate to say it, and I'm sad to say, and it pains me to say, there will probably be 500 million non-whites in our country before white people finally start listening to us as a people. And it may even be more than that before they finally start listening to us as a people, as a racial, as racially conscious all of a sudden. And that's horrible to think that it's going to have to get that bad before white people finally snap out of their cuckery. And so if we keep Sabbath, and more of us keep Sabbath, and we teach more and more of our white people to keep Sabbath, eventually God will be pleased enough with us that he will intervene. We have a long road ahead, and it's going to get really ugly. And I wish that it wouldn't be this way. I wish that it didn't have to be this way. I wish we could do the Jared Taylor fantasy of peaceful separation. I wish we could just get them all to happily hop on the barges and go home. And I have ways that if the country would just listen to me, that we could trick them into happily getting on the barges and going home. I've brainstormed many times that, and I've come up with a bunch of different ways. Many are better than others. Some are more plausible than others. Some are more doable than others. But, it starts with which way we want to get them to separate. How do we cause the initial separation? And one of you, it may have been you, Evan, had posted long ago in one of the chats or one of the comment section or something, one of the videos, that excuse me, that we need to set up like a bait car situation with them, only it's a building. And I had been down that road for many years. I've already been since bait car even. I had thought up the idea of having a pretty blonde woman pretend to break down in front of gangs of blacks who are chilling in front of houses in the hood. And then as they get up and swarm her to attack her, we show up with a paddy wagon and show up, 50 strong, 60 strong, and take them down. The only problem is we'd always have to be putting that blonde girl, whoever it is, at risk of certain death, certain super harm. And so then I progressed over the time of thinking about different ways, what would be safer, what's a safer way we could accomplish it, things like that. I thought about one of my better ones, I think, and I think you might agree with this one. One of my better ones I've come up with is for us to, when shit's about to hit the fan or whatever, create fake weave stores fake weave stores, fake shoe stores, anything that Nogs like, right? Shoes, jewelry, and weaves, right? And maybe even fried chicken places or something that they've never heard of before. But mostly jewelry, shoes, and weave stores. If we create some makeshift ones, right? We do it up to just look like one. It doesn't mean we create weave stores and create shoe stores. No, just a front in the front of the building that makes it look like it's definitely a shoe store on the inside of these doors, or definitely a jewelry store on the inside of these doors, or definitely a weave shop on the inside of these doors. And when they walk in to rob the place, right, we have like a trap floor that just opens up from their body weight, and they fall down in it, and now they're all down in some kind of enclosure, that we have access to down there. And then now we have them all contained. They're all trapped down in a hole, and they can't climb out. We'd have to make it a deep enough hole where they can't really stand on top of each other's shoulders or something and try to climb out. It'd have to be kind of deep. And so, the first few, the first few might, break their legs or something like that, and they won't be able to jump or do anything anyway. And then others will just fall in on top of them or whatever. And at some point, we'll have to clear them out so that the hole maintains its depth. And then that would be a way we can collect them. It's just as they walk through the doors of these places, we'll put a little sign in the front of them that says open, where they feel like they could just walk up to the door and open it rather than having to try to kick the windows and everything else. They'll just try the front doors, and when the doors open, they'll be like, bet, and they'll walk on in and fall into the pit. And then, things like that would be our safest way to not put any white people in harm's way. And it's freaking, I got the fire pit going, the bonfire out in the middle of the field, and it's blowing my way. I'm getting all kinds of smoke right now across on the porch. Apologize for having a cough. So, all right, finally, wind blew it another way. Anyhow, so that's one of the most safe ways I've come up with so far, that because it's like bait car, and we don't have to use a pretty white lady to be in danger to have them, corralled, and we can just catch them as they go. It's kind of like mouse traps. I'm actually intrigued by mouse traps. I don't know if any of you folks have ever gotten into the mousetrap craze that's on YouTube. But here on YouTube, there are a lot of different folks who have shown all these different and come up with all these different crazy ideas for catching mice. And there are a lot of good ones. I mean, there are a whole bunch of good ones. And some are better than others, obviously. Some are really good and really effective, and others are really effective, but they can't contain very many at once. They have to be changed regularly or emptied out regularly. There are others that can collect many before they need any maintenance or clearing out. And so by watching all these different mousetrap designs over the years that I've observed, I've noticed that the larger mass container ones, where the fall is further and where it's like a trap door situation, those tend to work the best. There are other clever devices people have come up with. I mean, lots of them. Lots of different wacky ideas people have come up with to catch mice. But the trap door traps tend to work the best. And it's because it's so effortless. They're going to walk over a certain area that is definitely going to collapse when they walk over it. Their weight is going to cause it to collapse, and then that's it. Once their weight is on it and it's collapsing, there is no way for them to turn around and say, crap, I didn't mean that, and try to run back off of the trap door. They will just fall in, and that's that. You now have control of them. That's that. And if they're armed, all they can do is shoot up out of the hole or whatever, and we'll have to have a provision for that. But whatever means we want to come up with, it won't matter. We'll have them contained. And then from there, we can do whatever we need to do. If we decide that they need to be loaded on barges, that's fine. If we decide we want to build facilities and put them in them and contain them for a while, that's fine too. But either way, we would at least have immediate control of them, immediate arrest. And we don't ever have to worry about blacks ever creating places like that to trap white people, to bait white people and trap them the same way, because blacks won't put forth the effort to buy a business somewhere or lease businesses somewhere and then create storefronts that look like something that would entice white people to want to walk into, and then have them fall through trapdoor after they've dug a massive pit with another hallway and a tunnel under there that connects to it, so that you can, one at a time, guide them out under control and in cuffs. They would never do all that stuff. Only white people have the gumption to do all those kinds of things. And so only we would have traps like that. Also, any trap they would come up with wouldn't entice white people to want to break into or rob during a shit hit the fan scenario. So white people would have really no interest in walking into the storefront of any type of place they could come up with to try to lure us into. So only we would have these bait type of traps. And so only we would be winning, basically with very minimal effort. Once we put in the effort to create those places, the blacks will just fall in the pits on their own with really no effort on our part beyond creating the places themselves. So, and the only effort we'll have to expend after that will be how we keep them under control, how we keep them contained, how we shuffle them around to whatever new destination we want them at, without them harming us while we do so. And so that will be, the most effective way, I think, to harness them up, to corral them up, get them all under arrest. With Jews, it's going to be different. We're, I don't have an answer for that one. Maybe one of you can come up with something for them. For the other non-whites, I think we could have specialty places that only intrigue them. For the Indians, it could be like, I don't know, maybe we could entice them to go to the beach we could put signs out saying, pooping on the beach is legal now or something. And even though it's a shit hit the fan scenario, they wouldn't have to care about what's legal or not. But something that would entice them to want to go to it. Maybe we just make like fake restaurants that design them like their people, or not their people, but their type designs their buildings over in, whatever world they're from. And then advertise, put like a sign up that makes it look like it makes their kind of food, right? Maybe they'd be inclined to want to raid the place to get the types of veggies and meats that they're used to eating from their home country. And as soon as they get through the front doors, bam, they fall in the trap. Now we got the dots. Same thing with the freaking Asians, or Asians, they'd probably be able to do some kind of 1, 2, 3 jumping around the walls and make their way out of the dang hole. But in theory, we could still maybe try to figure out something to get the Asians in there in a trap for them. But if not, no big deal. I don't think the Asians are going to give us much trouble. I don't think they're going to help us. But I think when the blacks and the other non-whites like Arabs and dots all kind of team up to attack white people. I don't think the Asians are going to participate in it. Sure, there will be some that do, but I think it'll be less than 5% of the Asians in our country. In fact, I think it'll be less than 2% of the Asians in our country will actually participate in the mutiny of the non-whites. It'll be the Great Mutiny. And then, for the Arabs, we'll have to have like stuff that, well, we'll make some little buildings that look like mosques and put, something about Allah over the door so that they storm in those, hoping to, have a place to do their prayer and hoping to find some halal food or whatever they call it. Boom, they'll fall through that. We'll have them. And any of those storefronts, we could just honestly make them look like they are titty bars with lots of pretty white girls inside. Have the little disco lights going outside, make it look like the place is open with white girls inside dancing. That alone right there would make any non-whites go in. So we could probably round them up better by doing that. In fact, now that I think about it, yeah, that'll be what we need to do. We need to make them all look like titty bars and have pictures of really pretty white girls in bikinis and stuff on the outside windows. And then make it look like all those places are open even during the shit hits the fan scenario. And then the curiosity will get to them and they'll just go right on in, hoping to God that the place has white girls in it. And that'll be that. We'll just catch them up. And don't think that wouldn't work with the female boons. It totally will, because they'll want to go in there and attack the white girls. You know what I mean? Just have fun to attack some white girls. So they'll go in that door too. So boom, you'll be getting female boons and all the black dudes will go in there. So that would be a good way to catch them. I mean, we have ways. There are ways to do things, you know what I mean, that we could do if white people would just wake up before the shit hits the fan scenario actually occurs and cause these things to be built, get this stuff done in advance. Once the shit hits the fan, we're not going to be able to collect and start building these traps. We got to start doing it now while they haven't attacked yet. While the Jews haven't unleashed them fully and openly on us yet. And so, like that movie, The Purge, there will come a time where the purge really occurs. But what it'll be the Jews announcing to all the world's non-whites to go out and kill any and every white person you see anywhere. That'll be what the purge really is. And these kind of traps would work so excellently, and they would save so many white people's lives if they would just be built now and be ready to implement when the time comes. It would work flawlessly. And unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to see those types of traps be set, but there will be plenty of other things that other clever white people come up with along the way that surpass that idea. And there'll be things that we haven't even conceived of at this point yet. Really smart ideas. And by a combination of those things, or perhaps one really great idea that works best, God will bless us with his mighty hand to win victory over our country. And I do think it'll be America that actually wins victory. I realize we're the one that's like has the least odds of winning because there are so many non-whites in our country already. But I do think it'll be America that wins first. And then that will cause a chain reaction that will make the white people in all the other countries of Europe and everywhere rise up. Canada will be last, of course, to do so. But after all the other white countries have one at a time risen up after America has been taken back by white people, they will do so. And then finally, Canada will get around to doing it. And then we will enjoy a long period of peace and tranquility again. We will rebuild our countries. All the monuments we used to have, all these things will be refreshed or made anew, cleaned, de-graffitied, repaired. And we will create many millions of new white children. And I say we just as white people. It might not be me, might be after I've aged out. But we as white people will generate many more millions of white children for another 100 years, perhaps 160 years. And eventually, our people in the future will have to fall. And that's when Jacob's trouble will come. Most likely, it'll be some form of New Age Jewry that hasn't been thought up yet. Because we're not as far along as that time will be when it comes. And so there will be new technologies, there will be new ideas that have been thought up. And because of that, there will be these new ways that Jews will have come up with to attack white people, be it socially or militarily, financially, with food, whatever. And so that is a thing that, will come to be at some point. And when it does, it will cause Jacob's trouble. It will cause the fall of mankind for the final time. And when that happens, white people will be in a terrible state, far beyond our wildest imaginations and our worst fears. And so during that time, many of our women and children will experience the most terrible of situations. And that's part of why when God says, no man know the day nor the hour, especially at that time when it's about to happen, no man at that time will know, because they will be in peril. They won't be able to live in a life of luxury and comfort like we all do in this generation that we have been blessed to live in. And so they won't be able to sit for hours and hours and hours at night on the internet after they get off work, learning about all these different things about our Holy Bible and the world and all these things. They will be in severe trouble. And so they will be busy fighting for their lives, fighting to stay alive, fighting to stay hidden, like we were talking about earlier. And because they're going to be so distracted with trying to survive this onslaught that is occurring upon them, they won't have time for study or any of those things, and they won't be paying attention to the seasons and times as far as like biblically. They might be weather-wise, obviously, so they can survive the winter, but they won't be watching the signs and the signs in the sky and things for when the time is coming. And so that is why no man at that time alive will know the day nor the hour. And he says no man, period. And that's fine too, because you and I don't have to know the day nor the hour, but we can know what year it's going to be. We know this trial is 6,000 years. We know that we're in the year 5785 since creation week. Therefore, we know exactly what year Christ will come But we get to enjoy knowing that in this generation of the 6,000 year timeline. Many men before us did know that, and we get to enjoy that knowledge like they had. We have uncucked ourselves, and we now have returned to the proper knowledge of our ancestors. And so all of the generations that we raise after us will know these things. But when Jacob's trouble comes, it will be so clever, so diabolical, that it will undermine everything about our white utopia that we have, or have we will have at that time. And so that critical blow, or multiple critical blows that we take that cause us to fall, will take all of our white people off of study, and they will be in permanent survival mode, physical survival mode. And so they will stop paying attention to, the signs and all the times and all those things. And so when Christ comes like a thief in the night, what it means is he will come by surprise. No one will be expecting him. No one alive at that time will be like, any moment now the Lord's going to show up right about now. There won't be any of that. White people will be desperate for their survival at that moment. And so there will be no white people sitting around going, yes, right now is the time that Christ is about to arrive. And so when he arrives, he will come like a thief in the night. No one will be expecting him coming. No one will be assuming he's about to arrive. No one will be on the lookout for him coming. Just like you wouldn't about a thief. And so no one will be expecting him. No one will be knowing that he's coming. And that's totally fine. That's expected for that time frame of the 6,000 year trial. Those folks of ours will be in peril. So for us, though, in this part of the timeline, and I got to say, we honestly live in practically the best timeline. Now, right now is not the best timeline, but anyone who got to live in the 80s and the 70s, you got to live in one of the best timelines. And some of our elders before us, our elders who lived from, say, the late 1800s to the 1950s, they lived in a wonderful timeline. Now, granted, they had a lot of terrible things happen to them. The Depression, both world wars. But they still had an all-white world where whites were supreme over our countries as far as we could see everywhere in our daily life. In other words, like the working class working person. He would only interact with white people day and night, all of his life. Birth to death. How glorious would that be? And technology was getting more and more awesome every year from the late 1800s all the way to the 1950s. We had air conditioning be created. We had automobiles be created. We had airplanes be created. Then we had the jet engine be created. And all of those things came within a 50-year period. And so 50 to 70 anyway. Refrigeration and freezers, so that we could have cold ice and ice cream and all these things. All that stuff happened in a 50 to 70 year time span. And so those folks, electricity, that was one that happened in that time span too. And even though, yes, it was invented before that, it was still not mainstream until the late 1800s, and really not mainstream until the early 1900s. So, those ancestors of ours that lived at that time got to experience a lot of our humanity's growth and knowledge and ability and all these things. And so, but, with that, they also had to experience lots of horror, But now, us folks who got to live in the 70s, 80s, and I would say even the 90s, specifically and only because we were still we were still in the 80 percentile of the population. But by the year 2000, and definitely after 9/11, we just became a non-white, third world shithole. And so anyone who got to live in the 70s, 80s, or 90s, you got to experience real America, and for all of you younger generation who ever hear this in the future, my apologies to you all. And I am truly sorry that you never got to experience proper America yet, but we're working on it. We want you to have proper America. Okay, we love you. You are our posterity. We want America to be your inheritance as it is supposed to be. We want you to reign and rule supreme over it as you are supposed to. We want you to have free will with our country to do as white people see fit for our best interest. We want the best for you. And we know that the best for you means that this country is yours and no one else's. And so while it seems harsh that we are as pro-white and rigid on it as we are, and while it seems harsh that we are as anti-non-white as we are, we have to be that way. Please understand that any amount of lukewarmness will never drive our people far enough to the right to save our country. You can have 0.0% cuckery. In order to have victory, we have to be fully uncucked. We cannot even be 5% cucked, because that 5% cuckery will cause us to allow subversion, invasion. That 5% will bury us. So we have to be 0% cucked. We have to be completely ridden of cuckery all the way. And it seems impossible because it is impossible. That is why we have to keep Sabbath every Sabbath. That is why we have to keep all of God's commandments. That is why we have to delight in doing His law, in obeying His laws. And I'll remind you that Christ's yoke is easy. His laws are easy, He said. You know what a yoke means. That's His laws. God's laws and Christ's laws are the same laws. And Christ said His yoke is easy. Don't you find it easy to follow God's way? Don't you find it easy to not take the Lord's name in vain? Don't you find it easy to not worship other gods above Him? Don't you find it easy to not have idols or bow down to statues? Don't you find it easy to honor your parents if they were good parents? I realize some people despise their parents and things. I realize some parents were horrible. And in those cases, God will make exceptions for you in some way. But for those of you who had good parents, is it not easy for you to honor them and be grateful to God for them and be thankful to them and to God for them? Isn't it easy for you not to steal? After all, we're always hating on thieves. especially the non-white ones. Isn't it easy for you not to wish you had whatever your neighbors have? It's easy to follow God's laws. Isn't it easy to keep Sabbath? It isn't hard for you to do so, right? And I promise you, the more you keep Sabbath, the easier and easier it becomes, the more normal it becomes. You know, people who have never been to a chiropractor, who've always had back problems, typically only have those back problems because their spine is out of place. There are vertebrae in their spine that are out of their place. And rather than going to a chiropractor and having their vertebrae put back in its place where it belongs, the vertebrae stay out of place for every day, every night, hours upon hours, days upon days, weeks upon weeks, months upon months, years upon years. And what happens is your body, in order to survive, the ligaments will reshape so that you feel more comfortable and less pain and you can keep functioning. They will form to and conform to the shape they need to in order for your bones to keep, maneuvering. But you would still have discomfort now and then when you turn the wrong way, bend the wrong way, whatever. Because after all, the ligament is already having to be out of whack. And often you have a nerve being pinched now and then when you do certain movements or whatever. All of it because you have vertebrae out of place in your back and you've never went to a chiropractor to get it fixed. Well, when you finally do get your vertebrae put back in place, the ligaments are still shaped in order to hold your vertebrae in a completely different place. And there's this void now where the ligament really should be, giving the bone its support to keep it in the place where it belongs. And because you've spent so long with the vertebrae out of place, and because that void is there due to that, your bone, your vertebrae, will tend to slip back out of place and go right back to the out of position place that it has been for years. So you have to revisit the chiropractor again and have it put back in its correct position. And you have to repeat this process many times sometimes, depending on how long you let your spine be out of place. So it takes more than one time of effort. Sometimes it takes many times. Even most of the time it takes many times. And this is basically what we have going on with our people. Our people are like vertebrae that are out of place. And we got to put them in their place, in the correct position. but they're going to slip back out of place multiple times due to having so much cuckery installed in them since birth. And we, as the chiropractor, got to come back along and go, nope, it's got to go, you got to go back over here in the based position. And with many conservatives, we're going to have to readjust them many times. And we have to have the patience to do so. We have to have the gumption to do so. And eventually, it'll become easier and easier for them. Just like eventually that ligament for each of those vertebrae that were out of place for so many years, those ligaments will finally start conforming to the correct position that the vertebrae is in now. And eventually, the spine is holding itself in the correct position on its own. And at that point, your subjects you were working on are based. No more needing to adjust them. They understand all the things now. And show them how it's easy to keep God's laws. We all have it pre-wired in our souls to be that way. That's why white people aren't walking around just murdering each other all the time and raping each other all the time. And that's why, because the law of God is written on our hearts. It's why white people are considerate and have empathy and sympathy for others. It's why white people are suckered and taken advantage of regularly due to our empathy and sympathy. But yes, things are going to get ugly. I can't say when. But we have to just keep whittling away at our people as best we can. Every which way you can come up with. And when you're not in the comment section and you're not even on the internet and you're just doing other things, as long as it's not something dangerous or critical that you really need to be paying attention. As long when you're doing other things that don't require a lot of mental focus. Be trying to brainstorm about the next idea that could help white people. That can benefit us without benefiting also the non-whites. Follow the process that the hardcore truthers follow. Make sure you keep doing dislikes. Always give a dislike to anything that you've clicked on, that they tricked you into clicking on because it showed a white person on the thumbnail. Then you click on it, and somewhere in the ad, it ends up showing a nog with a white girl. Back out right then, but before you do, give it a dislike. Make sure you keep using dislikes. Don't bother with VPNs. VPNs are a waste of your time. They're all Jewish owned. So much more I could say, but I'll stop there. I'll read what else has been typed in. Evan said, thanks. Yeah, there's some video of a guy talking to a trucker driving into a tunnel, and he claimed there are tunnels from like Texas to Maine, totally underground. Yes, I remember that. I do remember that trucker saying that. And I remember back then when he said that there were supposedly 2 or 3 other truckers who also confirmed that was the case. And I'm sure you're referring to the famous YouTube video where the guy was interviewing them right there at the entrance of the tunnel of the one that supposedly does do that, and they were entering, coming and going, and the guy stops right there at that entrance and interviews some of them, and they tell him, yeah, this goes all the way. So totally can be the case. And I'm sure there's a lot of underground space that has been made for the elite, for the Jews, for the, top level Freemasons. So, how advanced it is, I don't know. Of course, none of us know. Do I think it is advanced down there? Yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't think it's anywhere near as advanced as all the alien believer cucks and all that think would down there. They think the government is like, hundreds of years ahead of what the public thinks they are in technology or whatever. I don't believe any of that to be the case. I think the government is still... we're high tech. We are high tech. I mean, that's the bottom line. We do live in the future. We are blessed to live in the future. The future is now, and we're in it. So we are massively blessed to be in the future. But regardless of the fact that we are in the future, and regardless of the fact that we are super high tech, I still say that we are not high tech when it comes to that, and that we are, when it comes to our skunk works and all those things. I think we are, and dumbs like you're asking about and things. I think most of it is still low tech, high tech, or high tech, low tech. I guess I should have said. Where there is some high-techedness to the, implementation, but for the most part, it's still the same rudimentary things that we, have always done. Blast an area with dynamite. Anywhere they don't need perfectly smooth walls, they probably just leave all, broken up looking ore. And then anywhere that they want to look like a proper facility, they just build, makeshift buildings inside them and stuff to give themselves rooms and walls and stuff. But who knows, and I posted a long time ago from the Denver airport some of the signs there, the under construction signs, where they were saying, oh, we're busy working deep underground, and it's a lizard, because of the people like Mark Dice used to talk about, lizard people living down there. They had this lizard in a construction outfit, and he's got a jackhammer, and it says, "We apologize for the inconvenience," or the mess, or whatever it said. And then it's continued on by saying, we're busy working on our deep underground military base, or whatever. And it was a joke mocking the public, mocking truthers. And that's really inside their airport. It's probably still there to this day. And they had another one very similar to it also that was saying all the same kind of stuff. And I posted it in the community posts like probably, I don't know, a year or more ago. And it's just them mocking, white people. And let's see here. Boom. And since it's mocking us, like that one in particular at the Denver airport, it makes me wonder if they've allowed all kinds of hype to be spoken about it, and they put the little blue horse out there with the red eyes, and they did their little Freemason thing on the inside and all that in the architecture, only to throw people off as the decoy, where everybody's worried about a dumb being under that airport. Maybe there's nothing under there, and it's really, say, 25 miles away, or 150 miles away. So it could just be serving as a decoy, just like how I talk about Jeffrey Epstein's island could also be just a decoy, and really they say that's where they're going, but really they end up going to just some mansion in New Jersey, to some rich Satanist person's house in Jersey, Pause for Pot has stopped by or is still here. Hello, Pause for Pot. God bless you and happy Sabbath to you. And he said, "You're hecka funny tonight, bro." Well, I appreciate that. I'm not even really trying to be, but I hope somebody does get some giggles out of stuff I say. I try to be a little humorous, because this is a dark subject, no pun intended, and it's hard to find ways to make light of our situation, no doubt, and white people are struggling and suffering, and they're down in the dumps, and so humor is something we need to kind of just help us keep making it along. And so yeah, I try to have a little bit of wit about me now and then, just to spice things up a bump, and bring us a little bit of a good mood now and then. My channel is kind of like the if Fleckus Talks did Urban Decay from the beginning of the show to the end of the show. That's pretty much what my channel is every show. And it's because everything is just all tied together, Sabbath and the non-white invasion, the Jews, the blacks, all of it is all tied together. And it all converges back to, if we just kept Sabbath as a people, our Lord would bless us again, and that blessing would be the awakening of white people. And not only the awakening of white people, but white people would take action. And I've mentioned in other streams, when we take back our country, we're going to make all new stuff, all new everything, and not just monuments and infrastructure and things like that were destroyed by all the non-whites, but we are also going to create entirely new laws from scratch that give white people full supremacy, undisputed, where it's worded in such a solid way that no Jew could ever come along and misconstrue what is written and say, but non-whites are just like white people too because of this or so and so you said or whatever. We will write explicitly in detail in our new restore. I don't know what we call it. I don't know what we call it. Restoration Constitution or the second Constitution, or I don't know what we call it. But when we write our new laws, we will go back to white Christian. Well, Christian is white. We will go back to Christian fascism. And there will be quite a few new laws that we create. But they will be laws that benefit white people and that work against the non-whites until we've managed to rid them of our country. We will close down all non-white temples, mosques, synagogues. They will all be closed down permanently and forever. They will be demolished. And another thing we'll be demolishing is all of this new cookie cutter garbage neighborhood houses they've built everywhere to flood our peaceful white areas with lots of blacks. We're going to level all of those places. And the other most critical one we're going to get rid of is all apartment complexes. Every single apartment complex will be demolished. No more of that communist mass living garbage. Every white person will have land, will have a home on it. However big of a home you have is however much you hustle as a white person. You know, if you got good money, you'll have a big old house on your land. If you got very little game in you, well, you might be living in a small little place, but you'll have your own land and you'll have your own home. We'll be doing away with HOA and all that garbage because once the non-whites are gone, there won't be any need for HOA. We will be reopening all of our places we used to have that white people made millions of new white babies from, like the drive-in. You know, the drive-in theater was what caused white people to create lots and lots and lots of white children. We won't have to have, all kinds of security measures anymore at banks and courthouses, and we won't have to have neighborhood watch in the neighborhoods anymore. If we just round up all the blacks, all the non-whites in general, in an all-white world, we'll be sitting great. And Gen Z and Gen Alpha, you owe it to yourselves. We, as Gen Z, we owe it to you, but you also owe it to yourselves to enjoy real America at some point in your lives. What better time than to help us accomplish it now so that you can enjoy America while you're still in your youth? Now, to you, that don't sound like all that big of a deal, but I promise you, once you're old, you'll wish that you had done everything you could while you were young. You'll wish that we would have one America back for white people while you were young. Because if we win America back now, while you're still young, you will enjoy 20 or 30 years of younger adulthood, enjoying the heck out of yourself. You will have a wonderful life. So much better than you've ever been used to. You'll be able to go anywhere you want in any white country without a care in the world. You will have no more income tax. Without Jews in our country ruling our government, there is no income tax. Our ancestors made income tax unlawful. And so income tax is unlawful. And once Jews are gone, it won't exist anymore. White people will create our own new tax system. And it will only be on sales tax. And that will be used for infrastructure and for schools and for governments, politicians' payments for their salary. We will have term limits, very short ones. We will have low pay for the politicians or no pay. We will have a limit on how wealthy a politician can even be. We will have to come up with some way where the politicians don't all end up being only wealthy people who win. So if anything, to extremely counter that, we should have people who only make a max of, several $100,000 all the way down to someone who makes as low as, say, $40,000 or $50,000, and only they are eligible. We might also have not only that restriction, but they may also have to have children. You may have to have a child if we deem that's the best idea. Because after all, someone who does not have children doesn't really have a vested interest in America's future. I mean, they can care about white people as a whole and our future. That's totally true. And that's why they're still, just as vested and ought to be just as vested in this endeavor as we are. But people who do have children, who are supposed to inherit this country and are supposed to have already got to enjoy the last 10 or 20 years of their youth since they were born, living in an all-white world, and instead they've grown up surrounded on all sides by hostile non-whites who hate their guts. Gen Z and Gen Alpha truly owe it to themselves to help us win so that they can now finally start enjoying life in real Americana, true America, true white world only. People think it's an impossible task to remove the non-whites from our country, but I assure you it is not. Would it be if God was still against white people at the time when we take on the endeavor? Yes. But is it when God decides to put his mighty hand in front of us and guide our path and thwart off our enemies as we progress forward? No. So it will be done. It's not impossible. But it has to be done God's way. It can't be done our way. And that's the way we've been trying to do things. White people have been trying to do things our way again instead of our God's way for quite some time. And all it has gotten us is the Jews swindling their way into control over us, Jews brainwashing our children, Jews using all the world's non-whites to completely conquer us. But I want y'all to live in an all-white world. I want you to experience that utopia, that bliss. You know, part of the joy of camping is you get out away from town, right? You go outside of town, you go to a nice peaceful place, build you a little campfire, set up your tent, and you found you a cozy little spot to hide away in. Being separate, like the Lord told us to be. Only really you're just being separate from town, from the riffraff, from the non-whites. Let me check this thing real quick. Pause for Pot also said trap doors and tiger pits. Yeah, you know, that's another thing is in the bottom of the pits we could actually have, if we were inclined to just be, you know, processing them or dispatching them, if you will, as they fall in the pit. Yeah, that would be a way to get rid of them. That would be a way to handle it. But since I truly don't want anybody to have to die or be harmed, I would truly like to, except for all the ones that are in prison for harming white people, those will all be exterminated. Just so you know. That'll be one of the things we do when we take over. We'll go to the prisons, and every single non-white that's in there for killing a white person or harming a white person in any way, shape, or form, or ripping off white people with fraud or any way, shape, or form, anything like that, are going to be terminated immediately. They will get a firing squad or whatever. Right along with all the politicians and all the Jews in government and the Jews working at the NGOs and lobbying groups that lobby the government. But one of the ones I look forward to the most is we're going to be leveling all these communist apartment buildings. No more of this mass living garbage. Every white person deserves a front yard and a backyard and side yards and neighbors, but if they do have neighbors, the neighbors are hundreds of feet away, not 1 foot away, not 3 feet away or 6 feet away, but hundreds of feet away. And there's plenty of land on the earth for all white people to have land like that. Now, I didn't elaborate too much on how we're going to reword the documents, but just generally speaking, we're, as I said, going to make sure that, everything we write in it is exactly pertaining to and only for white people. And that doesn't include just the rules and laws, but proper things, it will say things like, specifically about white people versus the nons. And we will just have to be very, very careful and creative and make sure that we, make sure that we word it so good that the Jews can't come along and be like, oh, well, this applies to all non-whites. You didn't really see, it says all men. So, hey, they're men. Stupid crap like that. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. And I hope that you, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, at least, I hope it at least happens soon enough for you two generations to still get to enjoy some real America before your time is up. Right now, as Gen Z and Gen Alpha, you feel like you'll never be old people. You feel like, hey, you're young, and that's is what it is. You're young, and old people are old. But it's not going to stay that way. You're going to be young until you're 30. And then suddenly you're going to go, shit, I'm 30. No more 20s. I'm 30. And that will happen much faster than you think it will. And then once you've turned 30, you're going to blink your eyes and you're going to be 35. And you're going to be like, shit, all I did was blink my eyes and I'm already 35. And so on and so on. You're going to blink your eyes again and be another 5 years older. You're going to blink your eyes again and be another 5 years older. And it'll just continue to happen that way. Only the intervals will feel like less and less time. Everything will happen faster and faster. And as it happens, you're going to start realizing that, damn, am I really going to have to live my whole life all the way to death and never get to experience real America? Never get to live in an all-white utopia? I don't want you to end up having to face that reality. I want you, as Gen Z and Gen Alpha, to truly get to enjoy America. To truly get to enjoy real America, an all-white world that we all got to enjoy, who lived in any years before the 2000s. We look forward to it for you. We long for it for you. We hope for it for you. And not all of us, but some of us are working toward it for you. And we just need all of your help we can get. And we need all of your parents' help we can get. And we need all of your friends' help we can get who are white. And we need all the help we can get from the Lord. On a side note, I mentioned Cody earlier. I was talking about tactical gear and stuff. But I was just reminded in my head that Cody has started doing these sit-downs on his channel where he sits down at a desk and just has a one-on-one with you. And kind of like how Lily Gaddis sits at her desk and just does a one-on-one with you. That's how Cody is doing now, Wrangler Star. And I guess he's been doing that on his paid channel. And that he finally offered one for free on YouTube for people who are not members or whatever of his to see that that's what he offers if you're a member. I'm not a member. I don't pay any YouTubers money. But I hope Cody will find it in his heart to just start doing those on the regular free channel. I really hope he does. He's gotten a little off course, but only slightly. He's still based about Sabbath, which matters more than all of it. He knows the Jewish question. And he knows the solution to it. I like these sit downs that he's doing. I think that's really good. And I think it's really good not just for us, but for him. And I say that because I think it's going to keep pressure on him to continue humbling himself to the Word of God before he interacts with his viewers. And with that humbleness, hopefully it will keep him from becoming too prima donna, too self-involved or self-concerned. I want you, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, to succeed. I want you to have a life that we got to enjoy in our youth. And I want you to get to enjoy it while you're still in your youth. And if it doesn't end up happening that way, I'm sorry that we didn't manage to accomplish it by the time you become elderly. But if you can at least help us get it done by the time you all become elderly, it will save you an enormous amount of grief and torture and agony. Because as you all are elderly and going through having to be cared for by strangers who work at a facility, you will live much better and much safer and much less painful if you are cared for by only white staff in an all-white country. if we do not succeed by the time you all are elderly, you will be being tortured and beaten and abused every single day until you finally die from their abuse. And it'll be due to their abuse, by the way. They will end up murdering you from their abuse. And it'll be because we did not successfully win our countries back, or at least this country back, by the time you all become elderly. So please help us as much as you can for your own sake as well as ours, because it's going to behoove you to do so. And it will sooner than later. If you were to help us get it, the sooner we can get this going, the better. The sooner we get this, I say war kicked off, but it's not really, it is a war, but it's going to be this weird kind of war where we basically just have to put our foot down as white people. And we have to say, hey, all of you Jews have to go right now. In fact, you're going to be rounded up first. You're going to be arrested, and we're going to make you leave by our own volition, by our own say-so, not just on your own volition, wherever you want to go, how you want to go, however slow you want to go, shit-talking along the way. No, we're going to arrest you, all of you, and you're all going to be forcibly shipped away, exiled. And you're not going to be sent to Israel, Havara agreement style. You're going to be sent to Easter freaking Island. And you're going to eat each other there for substance until there's only one of you left and there's no other Jew to eat. And to throw a little melting pot in your life, we're going to make sure Easter Island is a melting pot. So you're going to have blacks eating you. You're going to be trying to conquer the blacks and eat them. We're going to have other non-whites there eating you. You're going to be trying to eat the other non-whites. It's going to be a smorgasbord fight among all of you. It's going to be like bug wars on Easter Island. Exactly what you wanted for white people in white countries, only it's going to be you and your own billions of bioweapons of non-white bioweapons of mass destruction fighting among each other. And we're going to put vessels around Easter Island, all the way around the perimeter of it, where no other Jews from some other country that managed to survive our reconquista of our lands to come get you all. No, there will be no one coming to rescue you all. You're going to be trapped on Easter Island with all of your non-white pets. And they're going to eat you, and you're going to freaking have to be fending yourself off from being you're going to have to fend them off you best you can. There will be no more foreign aid ever again. That's an anti-white theft of white people's money. There will never be any such thing as that anymore. If any white country needs help, we can decide to offer them help if we like, but not financially. It will never be through but means of financial help. Any white country that gets itself in some kind of financial mess means they are not competent enough to handle the finances of their own country. Therefore, they are not trustworthy enough to be given any sort of loan of money. Instead, if white people need to help one of those countries, we will help them by feeding their populace for a period of time, or providing them some sort of goods they might need. But money is what corrupts, you know. And so we will not be doing money transfers from one country's people who've worked hard and earned that money to give to any other country, even if they're a white country. And especially if they're a non-white country. That'll never happen again once we take our country back. And we will have EBT type of thing, and we can have a Medicare type of thing, because it'll be an all-white world. Socialism works just fine in an all-white country. And it will not be the type of socialism you're thinking it is. It won't be leftist Jewry, what all socialism is currently. It will be more along the type that Uncle A had in mind, where everyone just happily contributes, and the ones who don't are shunned by society. And peer pressure will drive our own people. We will self-drive to be good, productive people for our kind. And it doesn't have to be like how you see the Germans were during the 30s and 40s. You got to remember, they were pulling themselves out of absolute shambles and world shame and eternal debt. And as they were pulling themselves out of it, the Jews declared war on them and gathered all the world's mightiest nations they could muster together to fight against and defeat Germans. And so the whole time you saw Uncle A being so militant, that German people needed to be, military minded, and we needed to build all these things to, further the war effort. All of that was only because the Jews had forced a world war, forced invasions on us, forced all these crazy scenarios on us where Europe needed to be righted back up on its feet. Starting with Germany, it being the worst off. And so the uncle saw what was going on, and he knew that he had to be militant, and he had to have his people be militant-minded as well in order to accomplish the task of taking their country back, removing the Jews from their country. But if the Jews had not ever attacked Germany, not ever declared war on Germany, not ever riled up all the others, as was mentioned in one of the verses earlier by Evan Smith, if that hadn't been the case, you would have saw an Uncle A who simply did great things with his people, not just for them, but with them. Remember, he's the first one who set up an animal rights, government protection for animals. That's just one small example, and it doesn't exactly favor white people, but it shows a typical white people thing where we have empathy and dominion over all the animals. They're under our care. So he implemented the first animal rights, if you will, type of rules where white people would be in trouble if they were caught being unnecessarily cruel to an animal, or cruel to any animal for that matter. And all the other different stipulations that stemmed off from that. He's also the first leader who insisted that every household have an automobile so that their family was mobile, so that every household would have, free will mobility. And an automobile provides that, and he knew that, and so he insisted that every household have an automobile, at least one for the household. Germany was the first country, because of that, where every household had an automobile. He accomplished that before America or before anyone else in Europe. And so imagine if he hadn't had to spend all his years focused on defense and offense of Germany. Imagine if he could have spent his years just making Germany better and better and better. More homogenous, more strengthened in their racial identity. That's basically the situation that we're working toward, that we will enjoy if we do this the correct way this time. And I want you to know the only reason that the Germans and Uncle A failed is because they did not put Christ as the forefront. They put him as the forefront. They put the uncle as the forefront. They worried about live forever and hello fur. What they should have been saying is, hail Jesus Christ. Live forever Jesus Christ and all these things, instead of hello to the Fuhrer all the time. That's cool. It's okay to say it to him too. But Jesus Christ should have been the first. And he should have addressed everything in the name of Jesus Christ. And while he was a Christian, that is true. People say he wasn't. People say he was against Christianity. People bust out with these supposed table talks quotes, which I declare the table talks are Jewish bullshit. But they bust out with some quote from the table talks saying that he thinks Christianity is the weak point for Germany and all this. That's all nonsense. In his speeches, he spoke about our Creator God, and he meant the God of the Holy Bible, the white man's religion. He adored going to Catholic churches and listening to their choirs sing at Mass. And even though we all understand the Catholic Church is Jew-controlled, it portrays itself as Christianity, and by way of doing that, it does perform certain Christian things like sing our ancient hymns to the Lord, build beautiful structures to our Lord's glory. And so he admired the magnificence that God has blessed white people to be able to build. And he appreciated the glory and the beauty of the sounds that God blesses our people to be able to make when we are in a choir. And he appreciated God's laws. He understood that God's laws were racial and separatist. And that is why he wanted all the Germans to come back and live as a people, as Germans in Germany. He wanted them to come out of France and come out of Poland and come out of all these surrounding areas and be Germans in Germany again. And if he had just said everything in the name of Jesus Christ, if he had finished his speeches or began his speeches or both in the name of Jesus Christ, Germany, which was 99.9% Christian, which means all of it was Christian, would have succeeded. Those swastikas should have been Christian crosses. We didn't need good fortune symbols. We needed the symbol of our Lord and Savior. on our flags, on our troops, on our jets, on our tanks, on our Jeeps, on our Volkswagen Bugs. We still use it on our ambulances, meaning care, empathy, repair of your life, saving of your life. So why didn't we have it on all of our other things? Everybody's suddenly religious when one of their loved ones is hurt and about to die. So the ambulance has the cross, the hospital has the chapel. So why wouldn't our greatest war endeavor ever be guarded by thousands of flags and pins and symbols on our machinery of our Lord and Savior? And that's where he failed. Does it mean he was a bad guy or evil? No, it just means he failed in his attempts because he didn't put Jesus Christ as the forefront. Remember, when you read any of these diaries of our elders from the 1100s, 1400s, 1500s, 1800s, when they would go explore and they would recount their tales when they came back, they would say, in the year of our Lord, that means the year of our Lord Jesus Christ. So they would start with Jesus Christ, the year of our Lord, the year of Jesus, since Jesus Christ gave his sacrifice, 1511. We ventured across the ocean and landed upon so-and-so place, and we did such and so while we were there. And at the end of their recount of everything that happened, they would usually, most often, many of them would write out a long, elegant as they could possibly write it, thank you to their Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. They would finish their whole recount by saying something along the lines of, I thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I thank God and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for sparing me and sparing my life and saving me from all that wild adventure. Because most often they were captured, kidnapped, conquered, and then, some of them were kept as slaves. Some of them were kept as eventual sacrifices. And they were either rescued by other white people or God blessed them to figure out a way to slip out of bondage and take over the village. And so they would finish, most often, they finish their recount of their adventures by saying, I thank God and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for preserving me and sparing me through all that hardship, through all that danger. And you read of many other times, especially, in our Holy Bible, where our people depended on God and called for him to be, on our side with us, but ahead of us, I should say, guiding us along the way, thwarting our enemies with his mighty hand, clearing us a path. Our Holy Father wants to clear us a path. He looks forward to clearing us a path. all we have to do is be willing to prove to him that we want him to clear us a path, that we don't think we can do this on our own. I'm so tickled. I'm so thrilled that so many of you keep Sabbath now. It warms my heart. It makes my soul smile from ear to ear. However many we can get. However many we can get to follow our Lord and Savior's way is the more and more and more and closer and closer and closer we get to reestablishing our connection with our God, where he will decide to use his Holy Ghost to intervene and drive out the invaders from our land. Be it through giving us the strength to do so, or by God himself performing some impossible miracle. And I have no preference which it ends up being, because either one leads to our people's victory. Either one reestablishes our own determination for our own destiny. And I realized that I started late tonight, and, you know, on Sabbath night, people are out either partying or, you know, they're maybe passed out because they had to get up early for Friday's work day. Some of you have to get up early in the morning to go do something. Some of you may just not even have the gumption to deal with anything tonight, like our problems or any of that. But it's Sabbath, you know, and I have to do Sabbath streams anytime I get a chance. I just got to do them. And I was so pumped to do this one tonight, and I had the gumption tonight and everything. And I'm just super happy to be here with y'all tonight. And Gaius Marius has stopped in and chimed in, and he said, "Good evening, stay white." Thank you. God bless you, and happy Sabbath to you. And God bless you, Pause for Pot, and happy Sabbath to you, if I did not say that, but I think I did already. And very nice to see you guys, Marius. Thank you for chiming in. I was just sitting here discussing, I don't know how far back you joined in on the listen, but I was just discussing about, you know, some of the things that we will be changing about our country once we have taken it back. And eventually it segued into the last bit I was talking about there right before I addressed your chat. But, you know, once we take our country back, we will have all these things implemented. You know, the rewriting of our Constitution, where it explicitly states that only white people are Americans, and that not just our laws apply to only Americans, but our benefits of any type. We're not going to call them benefits anymore either. but our assistance that comes from the government will be only for white people because that will be the only people in our country. And gosh, there were plenty of things that I could talk about if I just remember them. Um, could probably, I could do. Let me grab this device over here and I can go back through my history and that will trigger some of the things. Um, let's see here. Let me go here. Yeah, I guess we could address the EBT crash out thing real quick. So, one thing I would say is avoid Walmarts for now. All right, because the blacks are all threatening to, go to all the Walmarts and just take whatever they want and leave. And so just knowing that they're walking into the store already with crime on their minds, which they have that on their minds all the time anyway, but now that it's going to be heightened greatly, I would recommend just not even being in those because all it's going to take is one random boon to decide to be too pissed about it and pull out his gun and start blasting. You could end up getting caught in the crossfire. And to keep from being caught in the crossfire of some kind of random boon explosion, I would say just, you know, do everything you can to keep your distance, avoid the groid. Um, and stay away from Walmarts because Walmart is their main thing that they're talking about targeting. Of course, if you would go to a Winn-Dixie or something like that they also go to that is a grocery store type, you might want to avoid those too. Try to go to places that are more mom and pop level, something local that you never see blacks in. Stick to those kind of places, and I'm sure all of you know somewhere like that. Just stick to shopping there in hopes that the boons don't ever, drive out to wherever that one is and rob that one too. Um, and as far as like the government shutdown crap, just so all of you know, and I know most of you already do, but this is just an FYI for those who don't know. The longer a government shutdown lasts, the more that the politicians and all of the government workers, they not only get all their back pay when the government does turn back on, if you will, they not only will get all of their back pay, including all the NIGs. The NIGs will get back pay for November, December, and let's say they decide that the government reopens all the way. Let's say they stay shut down all the way to February, right? Which would be insane, but let's say they did. Well, every government employee and every NOG, every non-white that lives off of us and everything would get back paid all that lump money at once. And And because of that, the how do I word it here? Trying to think. Sorry, I'm saying over and over again. Let me try to stop doing that. I used to have a really bad habit of it. I still do, but I was real bad, several years ago, and then I started trying to make a conscious effort not to say it anymore. And I got pretty good about doing it when I was doing my videos, but on the streams here, I still struggle with it sometimes when I am trying to figure out a way. I just said, when I'm trying to figure out a way to articulate something the way I really want it to come out, I just did it. I gotta stop. It's so hard not to do it. It's so hard not to say or. That's like the hardest thing when you're doing public speaking, is not saying those two things. That already got me off my subject matter here. I forgot what the heck I was talking about. Dadgummit. We were talking about the crashing out. Oh, avoiding Walmarts and stuff. No, we were talking about we had segued from that to the government shutdown stuff. So they're going to get back paid all of that pay all in one lump sum. And all the government workers, which a whole shit ton of them are just useless blacks that do, these fake, almost non-jobs, just so they can have free money. And the government's willing to have it all set up like that just to give blacks more free money by calling them legitimate jobs, government jobs. Not only do they get all their back pay in one lump sum when the government reopens, but they will also be working the government employees on overtime to catch up for all the things they were supposed to do for those few weeks or months while the government was shut down. They got to play catch up. So they're going to pay overtime to all these government employees to catch up on all the bureaucracy paperwork and all the different cases and files that need to be done and all the things involved. So a government shutdown actually benefits all government workers, and it benefits all the non-whites. The only bummer, well, I don't know if I want to say it benefits them, because even though the EBT all gets paid back to them eventually, it is cut off until the government finally does turn back on. So, for those 2 weeks or month and a half or 3 months or whatever it is, the government shut down, they won't have that safety net or that automatic food that they just always had. And so that will make them want to go out more than usual and steal even more than they already do. So, if they get hungry enough, they're going to steal that 85-inch TV to feed their kids. I mean, that's just what it's going to be. So if you're in the Walmarts, shopping, moping around, you could get caught up in one of these mobs, because what they're going to do, the blacks know it's better to try to amass a ton of blacks to go rob a place at the same time. And that way there's so many of them. It's kind of like the videos you've seen where on YouTube, on the animal lover channels, where it'll be a random clip of a dog sitting there, and the wife and the husband that own it are standing there with the dog, and they both take off running two different directions, and the dog don't know. He can't decide which way, who it wants to chase, who it wants to follow. Well, it's going to be kind of like that, and with them, with them getting all that extra money and getting all that stuff, they benefit so much better on shutdowns, because when they go back into operation, they just make a ton of money more than they would have otherwise. And so we don't benefit at all from the shutdown. The non-whites, they don't really benefit because even though they get all their money in a lump sum eventually, they got to survive until then. And that's harder for them because they're used to just having that free money. And yeah, so really only the government employees and politicians benefit from a shutdown, and white people don't really benefit from it at all, even though white people cheer it on and think it's awesome and whatever. It really doesn't benefit white people much at all, except for the government employee ones. Yep, I'm saying again. Good grief. It's like the hardest thing to try to overcome. Let me see here. There I go again, saying I noticed that Jeremy from the Quartering had a video where I don't know if it's him talking about himself or he's just, paraphrase quoting some other family, but he did a video that said that his family, or maybe he's talking about somebody else, somebody's family donated $100,000 to a cause that benefited white people. And they are now, being attacked and all these things. They've come under fire. The title is My Family Donated $100,000 to Start a Christian School. And it continues on. It says, and things, and I can't read the rest, but I think it was like things got ugly or something like that. And that is what was going on, is even if it's not his family he means, I couldn't tell. Just having, just doing that donation caused them to be attacked, threatened and whatever. And I also misspoke early on in the stream for any of you who tune in later on, start over at the very beginning or whatever. I misspoke all through the part where I was talking about James O'Keefe busting that dot for bragging about 65. They get 65% of $100 million deals that they're working out with white countries, particularly America. And they're just fraud and money laundering and scam bull crap with shell companies. And I was saying $100 million. It's actually $100 billion. And 65% of that means $65 billion, goes to these scam organizations. I'm looking. Oh, and another thing, since Evan had brought up the EBT thing earlier, the crash outs and everything, is now you're seeing this massive ramp up of the conservatives saying the stupid ass mantra, get a job. Well, that's stupid. Okay, that's not a solution for blacks. That's not a solution for us and blacks in the same country. I don't want blacks working anywhere I work, and I don't want blacks working anywhere my wife works, and I don't want blacks working anywhere my children go to school or work. So that's not an answer. The only true answer is removal. That's the answer. And until white people come to grips with that very serious reality, things are going to get really, really nasty really soon. see what else here. But yeah, the get a job thing, real quick before I keep going. The get a job thing, I don't want them working anywhere that I work or my family members work, my loved ones work. And I don't want a patron anywhere that hires them. So the whole get a job quote from the conservatives is stupid and not thought out well enough. It's low IQ, if you will. And it's because not only do we not want them working at our places, but we don't want a patron anywhere that hires them and uses them either. You know, on the one hand, you see conservatives always complaining about diversity hiring, and then they turn around and tell blacks, get a job. How dumb can you be? They have a home. They belong in it. Africa is their home. That's where they belong. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, I saw a pretty wild thing. I don't know how many of you saw it, but one of the black famous singers, gospel singers, named Marvin Winans, he was declared a pastor by his own blacks a long time ago because of their fanfare of his singing. And he does sing good, but it's irrelevant, but he does. And so he, riles up these huge black crowds any town he comes to. And there's this clip where he's at a church and he's in pastor mode. And this lady comes up in front of him and she says she's donated $1,000 to the church. And this guy basically berates her in front of everyone and said, "That isn't what I told you to do, is it? I said $200 billion, $2,000." And she was like, "Okay, all right, I'll have to get the other 1,000 from someone, but I'll get it figured out." And he was like, "All right," but he basically berated her, even though she just got done saying that she spent 1,000 of her own hard-earned money. You can tell the lady don't make anything hardly. And for him to just berate her like that and say it like how he did, he was like super ultra rude about it. And I'm looking. Scroll past where I originally was. But yeah, I thought that was wild that pastor said that like that in front of the whole congregation. He berated that other boon. Is a female boon, and he was like, "I said 2,000. That's not what 1,000 is not what I said, is it? I said 2,000." So that was pretty wild to see the gall that some of these idiots have. Let's see here. Oh, another thing I should point out. The Time of the End 2. The Time of the End 2 reposted my Jesus Christ is a blonde, blue-eyed white man video. and he normally gets, way more views than he did with this one, but he did it anyway. He wasn't worried about how low of a view count he would have or any of that. He just went ahead and said, "Heck with it, let's do it." And so, that's cool. That the time of the end. Now he's a very prominent YouTuber compared to me. He has a lot more subscribers, lot bigger channel, and so I'm very grateful and I'm flattered that he reposted my video, and he's feeling the sting from it where it doesn't generate a lot of views, and it was holding a much higher than 10% thumbs up ratio early on. I don't know what it's at now, but that was super flattering that he sees what I see in plain words and agreed and posted it on his channel. So to the time of the end too, if you ever hear this, thank you very much. Godspeed to you. Here's another one. Demoing a part of the White House. Trump demoing a part of the White House. All the leftists are suddenly enraged over it, even though, all the way leading up to this point, they would have happily thrown the few scraps in the garbage. Let's see here. Still looking. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm looking. Well, a lot of this just black crime. I was scroll through to find, specific things that aren't just random black crime. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. So we've been seeing the last several days people posting blacks that have been arrested like ridiculous amounts of times. One was 12 times it had been arrested. One had been arrested 14 times. Another one had been busted 99 times and has never done a single day of jail for any of those 99 arrests. There's another one, or many of them have been arrested 20 times. But the record, as far as we know right now, is this guy who's been arrested 500 times just since 2023. He's a 15-year-old kid who knows that he won't go to jail while he's in there young committing crime. So let's see here. Trump has been warring against Thomas Massey again. That's a shame. Figures, though. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm looking. I'm looking. Sorry about your wait. I'm just scanning through everything that I've been through recently. Plenty of things I could bring up, but maybe I'll save some for a later date. So is that, let's see here. Man, I really thought out of all the stuff I went through that I would have more to mention here from the from the YouTube video history. Let's see. Wow, it's really turning into a harder proposition than I thought. My goodness. Well, maybe I'd have to go way back in my history, yesterday, the day before, stuff like that. I mean, it is kind of, though. So it wasn't online much. So I'm already on Friday. Not Friday. I'm like 5 days back. Old World, Florida. Narco Longo, he came out with a decent vid the other day. He's been kind of MIA for a little while, and out of nowhere, he busted out with a video the other day about Palantir moving to Florida. So I recommend that one. Old World, Florida. Palantir is moving to Florida. Grady Judd, the officer, speaking of Florida, the officer, or not officer, he's the sheriff in Florida, he's the sheriff of A county in Florida, and they busted a dope dealer, and he came out wearing the dope dealer's jewelry, which is called drip, because it's short for being like you're dripping in gold. Well, he's got Homeboy's jewelry around his necklace, and he's got all of Homeboy's guns and dope and everything, and he comes out and says that in this press conference. He's wearing the big giant gold chain, and he said, I got his drip, I got his dope, I got his guns, I got his money. That was pretty fun to watch. The video of that, the title of it is Grady Judd Wears Gold Drip from Suspects Arrested in Drug Trafficking. All right. Let's see here. So many black crimes for me to go through to pick out subject matter. Oh, also, there was a little white boy that was hit, that was ran over by a nog that was driving through a neighborhood and saw a little white boy riding his little bicycle. So he decided to swerve and just run over the little white boy. And I was going to make the picture of him my thumbnail. The little white boy's got, road rash all over his face, all over his arm, all over his hand. Thank God he survived and that all that stuff will heal up no problem. But that happened. What else? Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see here. Man, so many black crimes to scroll past that I've checked out. My goodness. Another thing that I was told is about up north, like I had mentioned earlier, that they're going to build. Well, I didn't mention it, but other people have been mentioning that they're building data centers up there, like Casey Push or Putch, Pooch, Casey Putch. I forget how he says it, but Casey Putch, Casey the car guy. He's also a helicopter pilot with his own helicopter, so he has flown over these data centers that are being built in his area in Ohio, and there will be a lot more power generation needed for that facility. So he was there basically filming it. He flew over it the other day and got a little footage of it and stuff, and he's you know let's see, what does it say? Oh, gosh, there's so much in here that I've been through. Couple of monkeypox cases supposedly appeared in the U.S. Oh, another thing, and you'll see it in the slideshow eventually. Greenland has never had mosquitoes, but now there are mosquitoes on the island. I don't know how interesting of a fact that would be to some people, but I thought it was rather strange. Let's see here. All right. Well, gosh. I don't know what all the heck I've been covering lately. I mean, it's all been just black crime I was watching. Not really anything to discuss about all that we haven't already talked about plenty of times. And I will have some fun with some videos coming up with the blacks. I'm going to do a blacks behavior countdown stream. And collectively, we will boom, boom, boom. Yeah, another thing about the EBT crasher outers is they're all massively obese. We pay blacks, or we pay for blacks to eat enormous amounts of food where they just grow and grow and grow into these giant monsters now. And, all of that's got to be done away with. There will be no more, when we take our country back, there will be no more black entertainment television. There will be no more non-white, black, and Jew grievances channels. It'll just be, or whatever you call it. So it'll just be, sorry, I'm distracted a little bit here. Gosh darn it, where was it? I was just looking at it. So what happens when I try to go by notes? I'll be like reading along and it'll make me forget what I was talking about because I get to looking at what I'm looking at on notes and it's not the same thing I was just talking about because I'll get ahead of myself in scrolling the notes. Well, anyway, dadgummit, I forgot what I was just saying. Maybe it'll come back to me in a moment. But we already ran a pretty good while, though. I mean, we started at like 11. It's 3:30 now. That's still not too bad. So even though I don't have a bunch of stuff to talk about tonight, I just wanted to say hello and, fellowship with y'all for a while. Read some of the things y'all might have to say. I still insist that Charlie Kirk's assassination was a hoax, and that he's not dead. Just throwing that in there real quick for the heck of it. Yeah, I went through a lot of black crime. A few other things that aren't really worth mentioning. All right. Well, I guess I don't have anything else. But still, at least I got to say hi to everybody. And we will win in the end. I realize that, it looks very grim, and that's because it is. But with God in the lead, and with us following God's way, He will guide us, He will protect us, and in the end we come out the winner. So it's just a matter of navigating this life right now, your mortal trial right now, until it's over. And eventually we will take our country back. Hopefully it will happen before Gen Z and Gen Alpha. Actually, I should say, hopefully it'll happen before Generation X becomes elderly. But, I realize it's late. I realize that, people aren't going to stay up late like this. I know most people are probably already asleep. And this is just the only time for me to be able to do this. So, especially for Sabbath, And sometimes I'll do Sabbath streams during the day. And maybe I'll do one tomorrow during the day. I doubt it, but if things pop up that way and maybe it works out that I do, then perhaps I would. But I kind of already am out of things that I was going to talk about. I didn't have a game plan of things I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to fellowship with everyone and say hello and do a little ranting and let you all know that I'm finally back I got my mojo back, I guess. And so when I stream coming up in the future, things will be better. I'll be able to be a little more pumped, and I'm gonna go through some wee wuzzing videos with y'all here coming up soon. I'm going to do some Mystery Science Theater 3000 viewing of watching some black crime videos, some police cam videos like we did before. And I think those will be fun. I'm looking forward to doing those with you all. And so I will be doing that soon. Gaius Marius said he's going to go ahead and go to bed. God bless you. Thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate y'all's comments. If anything, it just lets me know that y'all are there and that y'all have stopped by. I appreciate that. And I hope you have a wonderful Sabbath tomorrow. God bless you. And he said, and it's good to see you back. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I've been just, I was in a slump, and I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was the devil just weighing down on me, trying to get me down, trying to keep me down. But I just, I forced myself to do those last two streams, and it wasn't because I didn't want to do them. It was because I didn't have the mental wherewithal. And thankfully, once I started doing them, the Lord was pleased with my effort and decided to help me along. And he gave me my second wind, and I was able to enjoy the streams. I was going to enjoy them no matter what, but it wasn't mentally stressful on me, and it wasn't difficult for me, and I was able to just cruise through them. And so tonight, I had the gumption, but I didn't have the subject matter. I was excited to be able to talk to y'all and say hello to anybody I could, and I did cover a few doodads, I guess, so it wasn't all for naught, but just wasn't as epic as it could have been if I'd have had good subject matter and a lot of things to say about it tonight. But I'm grateful to have been able to visit with you all at all on Sabbath. So many Sabbaths go by where I don't get to stream, and I'm so disappointed when I don't get to, that I was totally looking forward to communicating with you all tonight. And I've been excited all day about it. So Actually, I've been excited for the last 3 days about it because I found out 3 days ago that I would probably be able to stream tonight. I still didn't get here in an early enough time that I would like to have been able to have edited even more pictures. I have so many to do, and the slideshow could have been much longer with much more info for y'all to see. And by the way, I hope that y'all go back through and pause and screenshot whatever comments I feature on the stream that interest you, or any videos that you see. You can screenshot the thumbnail and you'll see the title and the person who posted it. That'll allow you to hop on the search and quickly find those videos of interest. And I think I've covered everything that, I could really cover. I'm sure once the stream ends, there will be a couple of super obvious ones, even really big subject matters that I should have covered that I just completely forgot about. But at least we covered, most of the things. And, later in the week, if I get to do another one or something, I'll try to make sure that I have good subject matter ready to go, or a specific story I want to, LARP about, and we'll do that. But in the meantime, I'm just grateful to be able to say happy Sabbath to you all, and I'm grateful that we are all here still alive and breathing in this mortal trial of ours for another Sabbath. And I'm grateful to you, Father, for Sabbath. Thank you for Sabbath, Father. Thank you for giving us a White History Day, one day of every week. And it's not only our White History Day, it's our White Resting Day. It's our White Relaxing Day. And it's our White Celebrate with Our God Day. And so I hope all of you spend tomorrow in celebration with God and in gratefulness to God. Thank God you're white. Thank God that you have been blessed to be a part of his covenant people. Thank him for all the things he's made for us. Thank him for the time frame of the 6,000-year trial that he's placed you in, where you have touch button luxury and comfort, and where you have the ability to communicate with all the world, and you have access to all the world's public knowledge. You live in the future. Make sure you thank him for where he placed you in the world, especially if you live in a wonderful place. Thank him for everything you can possibly thank him for in your Sabbath prayers. Please never forget to do your Sabbath prayers. And I recommend that you always do them right when Sabbath begins. I did my Sabbath prayers while the music was playing at the beginning of the stream, because I hadn't had time to do my Sabbath prayer since Sabbath had started. I was already in the middle of editing all the stuff, the pictures. So I used the music pre-roll of the stream to do my Sabbath prayer, and I will do an even more detailed one with the Lord tomorrow. So I hope all of you do too, and make sure that you give thanks for everything you can possibly think of. Every individual thing. If you're attractive, thank him for that. If you've had a great woman or a great man all your life, thank him for that. Thank him for your children. Thank him for blessing your children. Thank him for blessing your family members. Thank him for blessing your parents. Thank him for blessing you with good health if you have good health. Thank him for blessing you with your income. If you have a really great income, or really you should always thank him for blessing you with your income regardless. Thank him for every single thing you can think of that is a blessing that you enjoy. Make sure you do that in your Sabbath prayers. And keep Sabbath as your most important day above all other days of every week. All the rest of your life, all the rest of your mortal trial. And teach your friends and loved ones and children by example to keep Sabbath. And please help us in the comments. Waking people up, uncucking people. I would say don't even bother arguing with nogs or any of that anymore. Just focus on uncucking white people. That's all we should really be focusing on the internet. Everything else is just a waste of our time. Arguing with nogs, arguing with Pajeets, arguing with any non-white beasts is a waste of your time. There's no point in debating one or arguing with one in the comments or any of that. The only thing that matters is that we keep uncucking white people one at a time, one after another. And so God bless you on all of your endeavors to do so. Godspeed to all of you who do so. And God's protection. I pray for God's protection over all of you who do so, and even just all of you in general who are my covenant people during this war against us. God wants us to come back to him. God wants to bless us. God wants to give us our country back. God wants us to have supremacy over our New Jerusalem again. He longs for it as much as you do. He looks forward to it as much as you do. But his rules are his rules, and we have to go by his process. We have to go by his rules. And if we can just obey them ourselves and convince our people, enough of our people, to do so also, God will bring his blessings down upon us, and the non-whites will be gone before you know it. Miraculously, it will happen. And you don't have to take my word for it. You don't have to trust me. Trust God. Trust his word. It says in the Holy Bible all through, every time we kept screwing up, it was because we weren't keeping Sabbath. And he was destroying us because we weren't. And he told us the solution. He said, just keep my Sabbath. Dadgummit, keep my Sabbath so that I don't have to punish you. It's very simple. It's like a little kid who's determined to stick his finger in an electrical outlet. And your parent comes over there and gets on to you, whacks you on the butt. Stop that. Ow, that hurt, but I'm still going to try to stick my finger in the electric socket again. Whap, you get hit again on the butt. Stop that. Cut that out. And that's what God's doing. He's allowing us, well, he's not allowing us, it is the way it is because his justice plays out the way it does. We are causing ourselves to be punished right now. And all we have to do is stop trying to stick our finger in the electrical outlet, stop trying to hose ourselves, stop trying to defy our God's way, stop trying to ignore our God's expectations of us, and not only stop ignoring them, but start obeying God's expectations to us. And wouldn't you know, before you know it, we will have our country back. and you will be living in an all-white utopia. Better than your dreams could even imagine. I want it for you all. I want it for our posterity. I want it for all of our kindred people. And most importantly of all, I want it to please our God. And I hope you'll see it God's way. Because it will lead us to victory faster than any other way, and truly, while no other way will. I offer the solution. That's the solution. And so, God bless you all who are a part of my kindred people of God. And Godspeed to you all who are a part of my kindred people of God on this mission to save our people and restore our relationship with our Holy Father and our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and our Holy Ghost. I look forward to talking to all of you again as soon as I can. If I had more I could talk with you about tonight, I would stay on and keep going. But I'm looking through my stuff and I can't find all the other things. So I have touched on quite a few things tonight, so we'll just leave it at that, and we'll do it again another time soon. And I hope that all of you have a wonderful Sabbath tomorrow, and I hope that y'all all have a great week, and I hope that you win over more and more white people to reality, uncuck them from their stupidity and their naivety and their gullibility about non-whites and about the Jews. This is the time. This is the place. And so we've got to take it by the reins, and we've got to do this while the window is open. And I look forward to seeing the results in the future from what comes of it. And the more you can wake up, the better. So stay in there, stay at it, and keep your faith, keep your trust in our God. He will come through for us if we come through for him. And I look forward to all of you winning. I look forward to all of us being in an all-white world again. And it will happen. It has already been that way before, and it will come again. They have overplayed their hand. The non-white Jews are overplaying their hand right now, and they're going to continue overplaying their hand harder and harder. The more bolstered they feel like they are because the Jews are letting them get away with everything they want, the more and more white people will literally become racist like we need them to be. And as they cause more and more white people to become racist, we will finally start awakening. They will cause enough white people to finally start awakening to the reality that we are being destroyed by the non-whites, that it will happen. White people will finally realize they've been suckered all along by the parasite non-whites of the world. And they will realize that it is the Jews who flooded us with billions of these non-white bioweapons of mass destruction, parasites, worthless parasites. And once they realize all of that and realize that $35 trillion have been stolen from us to feed and pay for the existence of these worthless pieces of shit to exist at all, our white people will finally uncuck themselves and obey our God's ways in hopes that God will help us drive them out. And it will play out that way, and God will accept that. and He will give us the victory that we desire. So Godspeed to you all in our journey to accomplish this mission. And I look forward to seeing all of you on the other side with our feet up and a drink in our hand and an umbrella over us while we're all at the beach together celebrating on a 4th of July of the independence of our people and our country from not only the Catholic Church's rule through the English monarchy, but our freedom from non-whites and Jewish rule and Jewish ruin. All of you have a wonderful night's rest. Have a wonderful Sabbath tomorrow. I look forward to talking to you all as soon as possible. And every time I get to talk to you, I look forward to it. And hopefully it will come sooner than later. Hopefully during the week. If not, I will try to stream with you all next Sabbath. God bless you all. I love you all.